tournament. Not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
And the opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striking J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Folks, welcome to the 69th Pit of Valor. Nice. So that has a nice ring to it, I have to say. But my name is Seymour. Alongside me, Vincent. We're going to be opening up this show for you, Vincent. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty darn well. Listen, I'm excited to be here for the 69th Pit of Valor. Definitely is a privilege to be completely honest. And I mean, we already are prepped and ready. Got a little bit of a later start with our first matchup. Seymour, why don't you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, because it looks like we got it right below me, and I totally did take a look at this 100%. I do have to say, it's Impurity Esports up against Team Pog Champs. And it's an important one because Impure Esports are our sponsors for the night. As you all know, we like to bring these organizations on, give them a little bit of a spotlight, and also up the prize pool with their help. But this week, Impure Esports are sponsoring Pit of Valor, making the prize pool not just $100, but they're also giving away a HyperX Alloy 60% keyboard. So if you type ! giveaway in chat, you yourself might walk away with a little bit more to your setup.
I think I'm gonna have to ask Ben if casters are allowed to enter into that, because I'm definitely interested in getting a hold of that keyboard. It's a nice keyboard. If you don't know about it, it is pretty sick. If you don't know a whole lot about Impure Esports, though, they started as a Call of Duty franchise. And they were founded in 2019, and they have a COD team, a stream team, and now with a whole bunch of different esports, including Valorant. And they've been playing in the Pit of Valor for a little while. They defeated Dignitas in round 1 last week, and now they're able to support us here at the 69th Pit of Valor.
Nice. I have to say, you know, it's amazing seeing a team come up like the Impure Esports did, but now you have another week to worry about a new Pit of Valor, and Icebox is going to be the map to start us off. It's going to be a big one. You know, we've seen a lot over champions for Icebox in general, as it has actually shown up quite a bit more than I expected, but not a whole lot has changed inside the map. That's the thing that I'm kind of liking about it, is that it's like the same that we got from day 1. Now, day X, I'm not going to calculate how many days this map's been out, but you know you're going to get the Viper, you know you're going to get the Sage, you know you're going to go for the wall plants, and got to work around that as much as you can.
I love that you said that, because I was literally saying the exact same thing on a broadcast last week about Icebox. It feels like everybody is at the same point where, like, hasn't the meta been the same here for like the last 6 months? And it has. It's been the exact same, and there's really not been a lot of adjustments, we'll just say, for this map since essentially they changed those boxes, right? I mean, Chamber isn't really a big deal on this map. Chamber is, by the way, available today if you want to play them. I've seen one Chamber in competitive play. I don't know if you've ever seen the Chamber come out, or what your opinions are, but I don't know. I don't think we've seen the full gamut of his use yet.
I think he's a cool concept to a character, and he is going to bring something to the table eventually. But honestly, right now, to these set strategies, especially for a map like Icebox, I just can't see him fit in just yet. I think it's going to be a lot like Sky. He has a lot more of a different play style to him, so I think it's going to be a while till we actually see him implemented into the metas.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it goes. I was thinking because of the simplicity of the kit, you know, and how on the surface good it is, there would be something a little bit quicker to come forward, but it really just hasn't been the case. By the way, I just got word I am allowed to enter into the giveaway, so just a quick reminder, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. Get involved for that HyperX Alloy 60% keyboard. Definitely worth it, because I mean, especially since it's literally just type some buttons. Come on, guys. It's literally the easiest you will ever have a keyboard in your life. Trust me on that one.
And if you're not going to get it, I'm going to get it, or he's going to get it. So you better go get on that fast. So it's one of those things. You best start typing exclamation mark giveaway. But I agree with you 100% about the whole chamber thing. You know, very simplistic kit to himself. But I'll stand by my word that I don't think I'm going to see him just yet. I think definitely in a more so maybe earlier game of a tournament like Pit of Valor, we will see some Puggy style maps go through, and maybe a chamber will come through, just because you can show that sheer dominance with the character. But you know, it's one of those things that when you are later in a tournament, you are going to still be seeing those set strategies, because as you referred to, we haven't really seen a big change in the meta for 6 months now. So I don't see this starting yet with the maps that we have.
I saw Ohai, who you probably have heard of before, as a tier 2 player, playing. I was casting the VCS LAN just this past week, and so he played on Breeze on Chamber, and you know, it wasn't like he's a fantastic player, don't get me wrong, but I saw kind of like the lack of that role being a bit of a problem. So for all intents and purposes, to me, Colin, I'm at that point where I'm like, I want to see some innovation with it, but I just don't think we're quite there yet. Sort of like we saw for, you know, a lot of question marks with like the KO for probably a couple months.
Exactly.
You know, there was some teams trying it, some teams didn't, and eventually most teams just kind of decided, listen, this is just really hard to get a lot of value out of, even though on the surface it's a really cool kit that has a lot of potential, and I still think does. We just haven't seen that come to full fruition. But yeah, like you said, now especially since like some of the pros are going to get a chance to really play with it, you know, get serious right after Champions, I'm excited to see where it goes. But you know what else I'm excited for? Pit of Valor 69. Nice.
Who isn't excited for that? I think that if you're not excited for that, you're wild. You're absolutely blasted. But as you can see above us, Icebox is ready to go. And obviously, I mean, you guys might be kind of bickering amongst each other. Like, yeah, Chamber's this, Chamber's that. Well, like, he's good, but like there's so much. I mean,
he's tearing up ranked games.
Yeah, there's so much that he can bring to the table, but there's just so much that you lose when bringing him to the table. And it's just, I think that you lose more than you gain when you bring Chamber into the meta right now. So it's just something that we won't see very often. I mentioned Sky earlier. It took a while to get Sky into the meta as well. I think it was 3 different meta changes after Sky came out before we actually got Sky into the game. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. It was a while.
Hold on a second. This PogChamps team has a wild Anakin on it. What is going on here?
Wait,
I didn't know this was happening. MLG Anakin, by the way, if you didn't know, of Community Gaming. Also owner of Trade Like Pros. So
also owner of Proving Us Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I'll take it. But to be fair, I think that this team is a bit of a mixed team anyway. Obviously, Betrayed, awesome manager. If you aren't aware of his work, he's put together a ton of amazing rosters. With Curry, Bond, and Drav. That's just a few players from a couple different places coming together. Love to see it. Well,
Vincent, let's see if you can put all these great teams together. Let's see if you can put a great team together amongst yourselves. Now, this is what I was kind of mentioning, you know, that like we might be seeing Chamber come into the fray in the early instances of a tournament like the Pit of Valor, like in a more so Pug style tournament. And obviously a team called PogChamps is more of a Pug style team. So come on.
Are you disparaging this team PogChamps for having the name PogChamps? That's uncalled for, Kyle. I can't believe you do this. That's outrageous.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this one. Come on, come on.
Nonetheless, we are getting underway here. Impure coming up against Team PogChamps. Once again, thanks you so much to Impure Esports for sponsoring this week's Pit of Valor as well. We just want to make sure that we thank them profusely for that as well. And we'll see, Colin, if this chamber can be the big difference maker or if it's going to be a bit of a struggle bus.
Might have to see if it's pure or impure, in fact, for this meta. As we see Chata taking the wide swing around, the wall plant going to be stopped for the moment, as the snakebite is going to be providing a little bit of delay now for Team PogChamps to group up. The heal's going to be burned from Giraffe out to the side. Betrayed takes down Zataro, doubles down onto Vroom. And the rest is looking for a little bit more. Spike goes down, but the immediate defeat is going to be hopped, and now 4 down for Impure. That's the round.
I gotta keep it real. This is a bit of a tough, it's a tough Pug squad to come against. You know, for Impure in the early stages. We already saw the aggression right there coming off the back of the plant. Immediately, all of Team PogChamps surging forward, attempting to find those frags, and that they did. They're very well done. It's Betrayed with the triple, who is the big takeaway for round number 1. On the other side, though, High Tech doing his best job trying to find some frags. Granted, a couple of those were at the back end, courtesy of the snake bite, but still, forced by not gonna happen is Impure go for just the classics, and I saw maybe one upgraded pistol, but mostly is just a save. And yeah, here's that upgraded pistol I was talking about.
Back to the basics here for the wall plant at B. PogChamps are here a lot quicker than they were last time, so let's see if Impure can get into this post plant a lot safer, and they can with these upgraded pistols. But now with PogChamps with full 5-stack here, looks like they're going to come barreling out through the gates. Chata Hail Marrying some shots around. Wall for the defuse now. Starstruck trying to get into here. The Sheriff's good for 1 from Betrayed. They got it to half as well, but when the Chaos is going back and forth, it's really just a question mark at who is going to come out on top on 1 with the Sheriff, 2 with the Sheriff. It's 3 in the round, and it's 5 going to be down for Impure.
Man, you got to ask the question. There was a lot of Sheriffs there for Team PogChamps. If Impure had actually purchased into that round, I feel like it could have been very close. But nonetheless, obviously, they can't know what we know. You know, can't see through walls, can't see the buys, etc., etc. And they could not have taken advantage there. So, with that said, we're seeing a buy back here by Impure. And they're going to have the weaponry advantage. We always expect not to have that full purchase here in the 3rd round. You know, the team who won is going to usually be bonusing. But look at this. They have an operator. Bond's picked that one up and is going to be looking to utilize that over towards the A side of things. But, Colin, there ain't nobody home. At least not on that A side.
Impure has 1 shred and 1 shred only right now. Hit this B side till you find success.
To be fair, that's like half the pro strats, too. So, you know.
It's fair. Not going to be seeing too much different here on Icebox and Chata with that Vandal. He is going to find MLG Anakin, but still off that wall plant. Doing a great job with these snake bites to disrupt the plant, but eventually that spike's going to go down, and eventually Impure will have their post plant. Just how much damage are you going to withstand beforehand?
And the problem is you're 3 versus 4. How much do you want to invest here with this operator? I mean, that's just the real tough question. The trade were to find that pick, maybe, but now maybe look to exit.
So going for it. The shot's going to miss from the op, and as Curry goes down, Bond is going to hit the road with this boomstick. But if you look at the mini-map, is a lurking player from Impure. Chata is seeking this operator, hoping to take it out of the hands, but you know, with the amount of damage you took in the past 2 rounds, I don't think we're going to be seeing Impure Esports really hunt too much other than Chata.
Yeah, I mean, listen, taking the operator down would be a nice find, but with the weaponry that they have carried over, with just having 1 round victory under their belts, it's certainly not an ideal scenario. And yeah, 1 player looking for that denial gets denied himself, and is going to be a full save there by Bond. As the rest of the team buy back around, and PogChamps are looking okay. They have a couple of ultimates to work with. First of all, that Blade Storm, Bond's got that one ready to go. Though I don't know if you want to use that over the operator. It's a good question. The Betrayed, on the other hand, who does have the Viper's Pit, might be looking to put that down early over here at B. That could be a way to really deny that B aggression that Impure have been really wanting to force down the throats of PogChamps.
Anakin holding this angle. You hear the Blade Storm from Broom. And the swing off that Ult, but High Tech has his back. That's some duo energy right there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. TBH. Bond, that's a nice find. Way to answer back immediately there. Operator down middle and finds that frag easily.
You disappoint me.
Outrageous. I think that's what you would say in that situation, Vincent, but
Yep.
there's a trade from Impure to keep numbers in their favor. Now Chata on the high ground. We saw how this goes in Star Wars. We'll almost took the same road too, but it is going to be sight under control right now for Impure at A with a 2-life advantage. Now a 1-life advantage as Draft is going to find Chata. This post-plant setup, can Impure even us up?
So the Blade Storm looks like it was popped here. I don't know if it's actually still online or if it's already been utilized. The answer is it doesn't matter. Not in the slightest. As it's just one player left alive here, Colin. That is tragic.
It was, in fact, it was Vroom who popped the Blade Storm for Impure.
I thought it looked as if Team PogChamps had popped the Blade Storm. At least on the overlay, that's what it appeared to be. Could be wrong.
Well, I guess we'll see next round, you know, ultimately.
True.
And now Red.
Yeah, I realized I've misread his name. I do apologize.
I was looking at that. I'm like, okay, let's make sure, you know, I gotta put some respect on Griff here. I gotta make sure I'm saying his name right. As you know, I thought it was about 3 different instances. But the op's gonna get carried over for PogChamps and a round for Impure to tie us up.
See up at the top here. Looks as if the Blade Storm's been popped by PogChamps there, but nice save on the operator. To be fair, you definitely want to keep hold of that. And even if the rest of the buy is pretty bad, you know, you still got something to work with. And obviously, we've seen how Bond can have massive effect with that weapon on opening frags, answering back frags, and the like. Speaking of ultimates, though, the other side of things, Impure, we've got some ultimates of their own. And before we get to that, here's a quick dash play by Vroom.
On. Almost bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Now on the escape, going in for seconds. The op misses the mark again. He needs to play his life very carefully because 2 missed shots. A third one could spell death. Anakin dancing around on this upper echelon. Vroom is going to find Bond eventually. That's op down, now recovered once more. And into the retake. MLG spearheading this. Finds one on his Chata. But nobody on the flank is going to be quite straightforward for Impure Esports.
Anakin does have that headhunter. Don't know how many bullets he's purchased up for it. Sonar's not going to find much in the realm of success in this retake for Team PogChamps. It's looking a little dire.
They line up. Vroom! A 3 in a row into this round. You see Anakin again on the escape. Doesn't have his teleport up, so he won't be able to get out so easily. He is going to go for a little bit of a sprint.
How many rounds is this going to be?
Come on. There's no way he gets away with this.
Oh my goodness. So close! Boom. Nice find. Nicely done there by Vroom. The quad kill. As the jet for Impure Esports gets involved. But by the way, I like that you've picked up on my outrageous calls. It's something that's just happened. I don't know why. It's outrageous. It's evolved. I'm not sure. But 2-3. And Impure didn't really need any of those ultimates that I was kind of teeing up, and that means that they're coming up on 4 of them here in a round where Team PogChamps, they really don't have a whole lot to work with other than the rifles on their back. Granted, Impure walking into a 3-man stack at the moment could be an issue.
Anakin headhunting with the Vandal right now. Shock dart eating away at the health. We're going to be looking at Impure Esports with quite the quick take to the site. Chata spearheading it right on through the elbow. Is going to find Bond. A second one off screen from the counterpart Sova. And immediately love this call from Impure Esports.
Get the hell out of Dodge. See you later. You know, why walk into A when there's enemies there? We don't need it. We don't need that in our lives. We got a Viper's Pit. We'll put it up here at B, wall for good measure, and go from there. I do love that, and it's a perfect timing on that rotate as well. But the resurrection here from Griff is gonna allow for maybe some possibilities, Colin, on the retake. They're gonna have to hurry the heck up though, because that time that's just taken away slowly but surely on the spike.
I don't even know if you want to go for this. You not only have a lot of time drained, but you also have to get into this Viper's Pit. You got High Tech and Zataro holding their own right on the inside of the sink, and now all this damage, the snake bite and High Tech doing it all. He's got 3 down. Let's see if he can close it out. It's gonna be Zadiro and another one to Impure.
High Tech, more like high frag count, as he picks up literally all of them before trying to get the heck out of dodge, and he's topping the leaderboard as well, 8 and 2. Impure doing a really good job of answering back. You know, sometimes you see those first couple of rounds go towards one team's direction, and it starts to get out of hand, right? And you lose the first gun round, and it's a little bit scary. No, Impure, they've answered back immediately. They've been really solid with regard to their the timings and all that kind of good stuff, as we are looking to have a bit of a tech pause here, and we're going to be hanging out with you fine folks here on screen. But yeah, I've been impressed with Impure. This is the first time, by the way, I've seen this squad. I haven't been available for the Pit of Valor for the last little bit, so I'm really excited to see what they have to offer. Not just because they've sponsored this thing, but because they seem to have a really strong handle on you know, just the basics with regard to, you know, high level Valorant, which I personally am a big fan of.
As am I. You know, it's not just the showing right now, as I've been away for a little bit of these Pit of Valors as well. It's the first time I get a chance to see Impure Esports as well. And, you know, they have quite the history behind them. And I was just kind of thinking in my head, you know, I wonder if they've got the talk to back this up, or if they can back it all up right now. And so far, so good. But against this team PogChamps, you know, that might not have had a lot of time to kind of scrape up the strategies together. Let's see just how convincing they can find this. But now with the Headhunter out, Anakin might be able to do some early damage.
Right there. Oh, that's a bit rough, isn't it?
Spike down A.
That should be sight open now, but Vaughn still lurking out here. Spike yet to really commit to the site, as Griff made quite a ruckus in the back line. Now finally, Spike gonna be getting planted on into the dirt. 3 players here on the rafters, a 4th one not too far away.
You can put the Viper's Pit down in here. Team PogChamps not in the worst position, but here's Broom. He's kind of crucial, and with that frag, oh, that's going to shut things down for the retake.
Not a whole lot you can do right now if you're PogChamps retaking that site after losing your initial player. I mean, Anakin was in a great position to find that first blood, but as soon as he does it, you're in a tough position altogether with that setup. But now moving on into this, you know, we haven't seen too much out of this setup, too much out of this this pick. You know, what do you need to see out of MLG Anakin? Like, what can he do?
Well, I mean, listen, the sexy parts of the kit here for Chamber is his fragging potential. But that's not like the main point of the kit. The ability to teleport, obviously, and you know, utilizing those trademarks in correct places in order to get early information. That's what you'd like to see. But we'll come back to that. As Vaughn has found his opening frag, and actually Curry going to throw down the Hunter's Fury in response. Unsure if that's necessary, but still looks good.
Trying to give Vaughn a little bit more time to exit, and they do. Still flawless here for Team PogChamps. They've really brought themselves back. Now Chata kind of stuck behind yellow as the rest of the team are getting flanked. If you look at the mini-map, MLG Anakin has the back door shut, and the rest of them just need to keep their eyes peeled at this B take. Vaughn again slides in, starstruck, ready for it. Is going to take a head off the board now. Chata pulls the Empress. Very bold out of this, but you know, you get 1 kill, you're right back up to even health.
I like that the Empress is popped here. This is a great timing. You're down by 1 player, but this is the exact ultimate that you want to have in that sort of down by X situation. High-Tech's gonna tap the spike in order to try and pick things out. Oh, that's nasty.
30 seconds left.
You couldn't even see him. Come on.
Outrageous.
As I mentioned, the back door was shut by MLG Anakin. Now he's looking to open it a little bit and walk on through. Let's see if he can find some value, and he does. Starstruck going to be off the board now. A little bit of disruption to the back line allows the front lines to set. Now Anakin finds the second. High-Tech drops, and the retake is flawless.
Nicely done. I love the timing there for PogChamps as well. Talked about, the Emperor's timing, and I think it was good. And the problem was, you still got to hit those shots. And the way that Anakin was slow about that retake, got that initial frag, waited, didn't get too aggressive, didn't try to bite up more than he could chew, and waited for the rest of the team to get involved. Here's that opening frag one more time, though. Bond started things out strong for PogChamps in round number 8. Round number 9 is on the cards, though, and we see a buyback here for both sides. Plenty of cash flow for Impure as they've picked up 5 in a row. That's bookended by the Team PogChamps round we just saw. And it's actually a Marshall there for Curry, who doesn't quite have the cash to pick anything else up. Look at these 4 ultimates here, Colin. Impure have everything they could ever want to work with.
Oh, from things you hate to see. Trade, though, from Jada. Keeps him even at that. Bladestorm from Bond puts that spike down. Still a 3-on-3 right now for this team. The spike got picked up by High-Tech. Is getting planted now inside the Viper's pit, but players from PogChamps not too far away. Bond being tagged up. It is going to be a little bit discerning right now, but the Bladestorms, they can catch some strays pretty quickly if you are ready for it now. Into the fray. Starstruck finds Curry. The back door is open for a flank, but Starstruck wants nothing more than just that. A 2-on-2 inside the site. Not able to find the right click in time. Now High-Tech dancing around the pit. And as the time dwindles down, not much MLG Anakin can do right now other than damage the economy of these lingering players and possibly walk away with this gun. But Starstruck puts a pin in it.
Beautiful work by Impure. And the worst part about it for Team PogChamps is they used so many ultimates. They rezzed. They bladestormed. And it still didn't matter. Only the Viper's Pit necessary for Impure, and it's a timeout. Courtesy of Impure. This is an interesting decision, but it could be an attempt to ice Team PogChamps here. I'm not sure, but it certainly is a bit of a weird one. Maybe just questioning about some lag. I'm not sure, but either way, Impure Esports pretty much have everything that they could want right here. They have the ult advantage. They have the econ advantage. Now, granted, sure, PogChamps is going to have some cash to work with, Colin, but it's not as much as they would like.
I see a lot of high numbers in the ping. So
yeah.
Could be just a question on whether the servers are having some trouble or if the players are having some trouble. But it does seem like his timeout is more so on the tech side for them to figure things out amongst themselves, figure out the best sort of action, and then adjust to the action that's decided. But when you talk about this lead that Impure has gained, I think that when you look at the differences in the lead from Impure and the rounds that PogChamp have taken away from them, that PogChamp are really flexing their skills when they win these rounds. But Impure, when you see them walk away with a flurry of rounds in a row, as in those 5 in a row that they got, they were very clear-cut, strategized rounds, which goes to show that Impure definitely have made a marker in their Valorant team.
Get out of my way!
Have talked about Icebox a lot and are looking to take this round smooth. Now, Vroom finding Curie. That's the opening. They answer back.
That's beautiful. Really solid find. And you can see Bond, he's tagged up. Now, granted, he's found a tag on the other side, but those are irrelevant when you find a wild chat around the site. So,
Last player
3
standing.
quickly down to 1. This Team PogChamps and Griff looking to grift some frags from this cheeky old judge. I do like the judge, but in this position, it's really hard to find anything with it.
And a map as big as Icebox, like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with this gun? But I mean, you can see definitely Impure Esports and the way they're handling this game. Every single time they walk away with a round, it's a very convincing round with maybe 4 or 3 players remaining at the end of it. And that's the difference between PogChamps and Impure, I find, Vincent.
Sure, and that's a fair. I think that's a fair analysis. It's a fair point, and it's really just going to be a matter of this team PogChamps needing to put together some rounds. String some together back to back. That's an issue that they've had basically from round 3 onward, where they got those opening 2 frags. It was pretty dominant, nice looking. 2 rounds that they picked up as well, and the pistol looked good, but they just haven't found success or consistent success thereafter.
They have room again. Blows open the round with a shot to Anakin's forehead. Viper's Pit now. Maybe to sway the attack to the B site. Doesn't seem like it has just yet. Around the outside, Betrayed not inside of the pit. Lines them up for 2. Looking for a third, not going to be there. Vroom shuts him down, leaves him even, but it's Viper's Pit down. Red's going to bring him back to an advantage. There's a big play from Betrayed that could have been a lot worse for wear if you're Impure.
You're still down a player. Make it 2. That's some nice utilization of the darts there by Starstruck, and it's even with the utility plus with the rifle.
Poor Griff. The wall's up. Spike down.
So off the head.
What can you do? Through the wall he goes. Not a whole lot now. 8 going to be on the board for Impure Esports.
Last round in the half.
Heading into this, 9-3 isn't that bad, especially when you're looking at a map like Icebox. It's actually fantastic, I'd say, for an attacking side.
I don't know about fantastic. I'd say it's good.
Yeah.
I'd say, though, to be fair, an 8-4 situation is relatively common here. Depending on the teams, obviously. But
better than the norm, definitely.
Fair, yeah. Definitely there. Impure, they've been sitting on these ultimates for so long. Now they're sitting in the last round and a half, and I guess ultimates are sort of irrelevant, Colin, when you can just shoot them in the face. Tour de Force is out. Like to see that. That's, by the way, if you didn't know, the name of the ultimate for Chamber.
Impure sitting on their ultimates, and at the moment, PogChamp sitting in the grave. So you can see who's definitely coming out on top in these duels. Chada, 1 shot in the chamber. Can you find a kill at the end? No. Curry off screen. Now on screen. Is going to pull this one back by 1. Spike is down. Now it's time to put the pedal to the metal if you're PogChamps. You can see them rushing into the site. The tap's going to be here. Calls for the Hunter. Shiri outside that barn. Finds Zaduro. The instant trade, though, on that operator is going to keep them up into that advantage. The Headhunter's not going to find a whole lot. Now Curry last alive and last to fall.
Oh, boy. One-sided affair is what this is looking like at the half. But like you say, whenever it comes down to Icebox, that attacker side is a bit favored. And so, 9-3 situation, whilst certainly not ideal, is certainly not a lost game for Team PogChamps.
100%.
Pick up a pistol, granted, they picked up the last pistol, and we saw what that got for them. But it's fair enough.
Maybe. If PogChamps can get 3 rounds in a row right now, that would be the ideal situation for the 69th Pit of Valor. But we got to wait to see. The pistol round's going to be good. It's just what comes next after that, because Impure Esports, they definitely have an act for getting the ball rolling when it does happen and keeping the ball rolling. Now into the pistols. You see Sheriff's round with the Ghosts on the wire. Betrayed getting a little bit dicey. Chada and Starstruck hold that crossfire pretty well. Vroom on the inside is going to get traded out now. 3-on-3. And it's the exit now called by PogChamps.
And to be fair, things could get pretty quickly back into a reasonable scoreline. If Team PogChamps can pull this one back on the rotation, pick up the first gun round, quick 6-9 in the cards.
Why not? There's a lot of respect being shown right now from Impure. Patience, you might label it. And it's forced, or it's given MLG Anakin this opportunity. Lines it up, puts him down. It's a nice kill. Lined up onto Zaduro. Looking to transfer on to a second one. Can he double down? The spray's not going to be there now. 1v2. For the clutch, the Poison Orb is going to be blocking off that site just yet. Nobody going to be on the hop up, and Chatta holding the off angle.
Yeah, I didn't even use the recon bolt there. Would have preferred that at the very least, and obviously Sheriff in hand was not able to have any shock darts because of that, but still, nonetheless, Team PogChamps unfortunately falling short here as we get down to it. 10 is double digits, and that is, I feel like that's where things really start to get real. Because now your back's sort of against the wall. You have to start winning some rounds. You have to start picking up some victories. And you can see, Team PogChamps, they're feeling that pressure. They force bot in here on the attack. They're looking to try and answer back against the buy of Impure. And we'll see if that's going to be effective as the wall, Viper's wall, comes out over here at A, the attacker.
Welcome to the danger zone. Chatta and Vroom once again on this off angle. They are going to be holding quite the crossfire. And this is going to be dangerous now. Walking into Chatta with this Phantom. Head definitely susceptible for one-shots. Indeed. Without that heavy armor, the spray's going to be good. Bond barely whipping a haircut onto Reyna. Nice little fade. Going to be off that Marshall, but what do you do here if you're PogChamps?
Sit and wait, I guess. It's so hard, isn't it? When you're on the attack and you have to kind of make something from nothing and you're already down a player, it's like things just keep stacking against you, and the more you wait, it feels like the worse it gets. But here we go again.
Spike down.
Spike
A.
down. Chatta now finding the opening that they need, but the opening is even bigger than you would have expected. The whole team falls, and Anakin scratching his head at what to do. Has somehow snuck into the kitchen, but this is just an impossible round to win now with the time against you. So
at least he has the headhunter.
yeah, I mean, I guess.
Does technically have a rendezvous, but I don't think he's put it down anywhere. So
10 seconds left.
Couple frags for the road for MLG Anakin before Chatta dispatches him of all life and limb. 11-3. Colin is. Impure Esports are looking to pretty much shut this down and just take some names, lay out some hurt, and I gotta give it to them. They've been doing a pretty darn good job of that.
Everybody. I mean, Zaduro is taking quite the back seat for Impure Esports, 5 and 7, but on that Sage roll, you do your job by getting that wall up and getting that spike down on attack. And you just need your team to take on the rest of the role. Yeah, you can slay out, but doesn't need to right now. Impure's having a fantastic start here. To the Pit of Valor 69, but now PogChamps don't want to give up this round. You have the upgraded guns now. So much time delayed off those snake fights. Down a player. This is going to be a tough one. The Lear is going to force him out. Anakin finds the trade on a Chatta. Yet to get the spike into the ground. And look how much pressure Impure Esports are putting on.
Nasty work. Shock Dart's going to do a bit of damage. That swing for Bond just not good enough. Technically, we can see the Court of Force come back out here. Look, the Chamber got an ultimate online, and Anakin's got another frag.
Trade doubles down, triples into the rounds. And now Starstruck cracking their head on what to do in this situation. You can see they can go for the plant, but they can also go for the kill. Betrayed running it down mid. Is going to put 4 on the board, keep PogChamps in a safe situation, or a safe first situation, rather than letting Impure Esports get to that map point right now, or the match point in the start here. You can see some ults online. The Viper Spit for PogChamp, along with the Headhunter in the chamber. Whereas you're looking at Impure and the Reyna have that Empress pretty close to a Viper's Pit of their own. Starstruck, a few things go their way, and you have a Hunter's Fury, but other than that, just going to be kind of hoping to get some headshots with these sheriffs.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah. It's the hope. That's the prayer. Here's the dash. No, that's nasty work. Vroom taken out, but Chatta on the response. Quickly answers back, and here's that Empress you were talking about.
I love how fast Impure Esports are to hit this flank. Look at the mini-map, and
They're zooming.
Yeah, they're just closing this distance so quickly. I'd like to see Chata hold their own. High Tech blows open a gap now in the armor. As Zidoro and Chata just holding on to the edge. Betray's going to be here. The wall goes up. Not able to get those shots off. The same fight around the corner in a tough situation. But MLG Anakin is blowing this round wide open. Draft's going to take down Chata. And now one left remaining here for Impure Esports. As Zidoro inside the pit with a hope and a dream. But 1 HP. Not much in the tank.
And there's the tour de force. That custom sniper rifle coming to play. Finally, here on Icebox, we see it come to fruition, and magical as it is, that is good work from Anakin, who's topping the leaderboard now for the PogChamp side of things. Now, that being said, Impure have a, bit of econ to work with here. They're going to buy the operator themselves. Room, going to have that one locked and ready. And the problem with Team PogChamps using all their ults last round is they don't have any this round. And that makes things a little bit tougher, especially when the Viper's Pit's put down so early here at B.
It doesn't really go over the planting spot, so I'm not sure if they'll be able to get this off. The wall plant's going to be there, so doesn't really matter. Really kind of putting them in a good... No way!
Oh, boy. Feels bad, man.
And they dropped the Viper's Pit.
To be fair, they were sort of forced to. They didn't have enough space to work with elsewhere, and so that's what you were forced into.
Here they come now. With a retake, Impure Esports, they have the numbers, they have the guns. Gonna get the kills though. Vroom takes the swing around. Already tanked up. Curry is gonna drop now 1v1, and Starstruck put them on 12.
Beautiful work from Starstruck. Gonna be able not only to do that, but keeps in the back pocket that Hunter's Fury for future reference. Team PogChamps on the back foot here. It is looking a bit rough. That's with 2 Fs. And it is not ideal for them in the slightest. The good news, at the very least, is they have some money, but Bond gonna have to fight for an orb, it looks like, to pull the Blade Storm, and elsewhere it's gonna be a Guardian. Though, in fairness, Anakin's had a lot of success with that Guardian. Seems to favor the weapon and has been playing very well with it. Whereas it's up and some SMGs, not full investment there from Impure, so they're also on the struggle. Hunter's Fury, two of them out. One aside. Oh, and Curry looks like he has the better.
The 2 will come out, but only 1 can survive.
Get out of my way.
Oh, great.
Spice going down. From Betrayed, and the wall's gonna be there for a little bit. Extra safety gets blown through in a matter of seconds, and ooh, Betrayed, you gotta be careful right now. That is a little bit unfortunate. High Tech is gonna put him in the dirt. Now the double down out of room. They're collapsing into the site with every ounce of energy that they have. The Blade Storm, the Empress, and now the victory with only 1 remaining player. Anakin has managed to find himself on the flank here. But a Guardian, can you stabilize? Free kill onto Zidoro, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. Say goodbye to PogChamps and hello to round 2, Impure.
Well, they made it through last week against Dig. This time against Team PogChamps. And either way, it is a dominant victory. 13-5 here in the round of 64 in Pit of Valor, number 69.
We tend to dust.
Love to see it. Very impressed with this team altogether. And you know what, PogChamps, they came out swinging in a few rounds. I like that they're having fun with it. I love teams when they just come out and try to have some fun in these tournaments, and it really looks like they're having a blast out here. Yeah, you don't come away with the win, but you know what? It's not always about the win here, just having a good time for this night. And you did see some highlight plays from individual players at Team PogChamps, but Impure Esports, just their overwhelming pressure around the end of it. They're just coming out and playing it so well for these raid takes, so well together. And you get a look now at the scoreboard. You can see Chata, Vroom, High Tech leading the way on top. It was just fantastic out of Impure, I have to say.
Yeah, I think that's really, really impressive stuff. I think that, to be fair, this is a pug team that they're playing against. The Chamber, whilst it was great to watch, and honestly, Anakin did a pretty good job with it in general. I think that the utilization of especially the Rendezvous, which is his teleport ability, it could have used some work and that sort of thing. But I don't really blame the individual there. It's a lot to get used to. It's a lot to learn early on, and especially on a map like Icebox. I think it's going to be really tough to utilize Chamber on this map. Like Bind, it can be very effective, but hey, all of that can be to be said. I think that Impure really showed their class against an opponent that certainly weren't just gonna lay down and take it. Those players, they have a lot of experience, and they're just coming together for the Pit of Valor. So definitely is going to be good to see what more Impure can do as they move forward, though. Colin, I'm really excited for it.
Folks, it's only the beginning right now. Plenty of action. If you've been here before, you know the deal. Pit of Valor's going all night, baby. So we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we are going to have a little bit more, but stay tuned for some more action. We'll be back. Well, heidi ho, everybody. Welcome back to the Pit of Valor 69. We got Vanquish up against Swift Uprising, and they're going to bind, and it seems like they are not going to even wait for us. They're hopping right into it, Vincent. So let's talk about these teams. Let's talk about the map. Let's get right into it.
Well, we already know we're going to bind. You can see it right there on y'all's screen. Swift Uprising, Vanquish. Now, Vanquish I've seen a little bit of. I've seen them a couple times, but this is the first time live that I've been able to watch them. And they have a couple of players that I do indeed recognize, Nobu being one of them. But on the other side of things, Swift Uprising, I gotta keep it real. I'm definitely on the outside here. So I think I'm ready to sit back, relax, and watch a good old-fashioned bind brawl here in the POV 69.
I like that. You know, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, folks. I hope you brought snacks because it seems like it's going to be a good one. It's always a good one when you're looking at bind. You can already see Raze hovered on one side for Swift Uprising, but Ripper already has it locked in. Now, what interests me the most is Polkin bringing out the Viper. You know, I have seen Viper a lot on bind, but at the same time, it's just one of those picks that just always in my head is like, is this the right pick?
Yeah, you know, I'm right there with you. I think the question is always Viper or Cypher. That's the real question, right? I really hope that I don't even know how this name is said. Finser. That sounds okay. I hope they don't go with the Jet or the KJ rather, because well, KJ is just never great here. Never good. You know, you always want the Cypher over that, but you're right. The Viper or the Cypher, it's always a big question mark. The Viper, I think, provides a little bit more coverage with regard, obviously, to being an additional controller. And you obviously have the snake bites to deny diffuses and such, as well as plants. But you miss out on the fact that you could solo out on B with the camp.
You do, in fact. Now, as you see, we're taking a little bit of a run it back. Do enjoy seeing a lot of Cypher on this map, but like you said, it's just kind of like the battle of which one are we going to see pop off the most. So in fact, we're going to see a little bit of a change up out of Swift Uprising, keeping the Killjoy. So that's something you didn't want to see. I myself am a Killjoy connoisseur. I do love seeing some Killjoy get played, but not on bind. I'll agree with you on that one. That's a little bit of uh-oh in my mind, but the breach is definitely going to be interesting to work into this. It's just a lot of picks that I don't see how they're going to work together as a team.
Listen, Colin, I too love KJ. I think it's a great character, great agent. Give it to me on a sit. I'll take a KJ on Haven. You know, I can see the argument for Cypher, but I'm down for Killjoy over there too. You know, even if you want to throw it in Icebox, I don't have that big a problem with it. But not on bind. The problem with Killjoy on bind, and you know, I'm not just waxing lyrical. It's that it's really, really difficult to utilize the lockdown effectively on this map. It's very, you have to have a very unique situation for that lockdown to have big value on both the attack and the defense. And whilst obviously having the nanoswarms is always strong, that can't be your only good part of your kit.
Round number 1, folks, here inside this round 32 matchup. And I see XC leading the charge with this Owl drone. Not too far behind is the rest of the team. You can see the satchel charge from Ripper already into the mace. The right click lands onto Jet. What a way to blow this one open now. Trying to keep the carnage up. That is it. 3 quick kills. That's the site under control.
Well, and that's certainly one way to take the site. Like Ripper is going to be just ripping off that band-aid and saying, you know, you guys figure it out. We'll be back to you later. And yeah, Swift Uprising definitely need to take a page out of their own book and figure out what the heck just happened there, because they got absolutely trounced on the A site. No opening duels won, and that's going to pose the buy here for Vanquish, as you would expect. Actually, a relatively aggressive purchase, you know, with the fact that they do have the rifle there, the Vandal on Ripper, who had a lot of kills, so he's going to pick up something extra, and the Ares in addition to the SMGs bought up. So things certainly looking good for Vanquish.
Oh, Dark. Oh, Dark. Didn't know what was on the other side of that corner. Imminent death.
Toxin screen down.
You see the spike immediately. It's like, hey, okay, we can go to A, but I'm sure that these players of Swift Uprising are going to be making way over to that site. In fact, actually, it's not going to be the case. Take a look at the positioning of this Viper over at B. Could do some damage, but that's not where the spike's going, so kind of playing himself into this one. Jet hovering around this corner, lands one shot to the body with the Marshall. When the going gets tough, it's Vanquish that get going.
Spike planted.
Interesting. Dart to come in from a long way away. Works out pretty well, but Cobalt in the dodge. Either way, Vanquish have done a really good job of dispatching Swift Uprising on entry. They've not lost anyone just yet. Obviously, Cobalt's still alive, so he could find something, but I'd consider this, you know, flawless or near flawless, however it ends. It is going to be flawless as Nobu finds quad. Nicely done. These anti-eco rounds always can get a little bit, you know, dicey, can't they? But Vanquish doing a wonderful job of just denying everything. As now it's the buyback for Swift Uprising, and they're going to have to see how they can utilize this oddball composition in order to pull off a victory. I definitely am interested to see like how that breach could be utilized, because I think breach is very good on this map. The problem is Sky is just kind of better.
And it's kind of like one of those situations where it's like, what does the breach pair with? Like maybe the raise, but it's like going to be a little bit slow to the draw, and Schnarf not even getting a chance to show inside round 3 what they can do. Jet's going to have the trade. Now King Dark, a free kill on the crossfire. Can't get out safely though. Jet last alive here on this site, and Dadston's going to take him down.
It's a big win there as well with the SMG by Dadston, because that not only does find the final player on the site, but it confirms the 3 versus 2 here for the retake.
A lot of damage now. Post plant going to be here. Last shock dart out of commission for this. Cobalt's going to block off showers, but what he doesn't know, he's walking into a world of pain.
Pain and suffering. As Swift Uprising, well, it's certainly been a swift defeat here in the first 3 rounds. And by that, it looks like there might be no signs of stopping either, as we're seeing yet another save to be expected, though that is full sheriffs on the board for Swift Uprising, and you know these could find some success, but the biggest problem, you look at the scoreboard, and I'm not a strictly frags guy, Carl, and you know that. I'm a lot more about kind of how you play as a team, but in round 3 when you've got 2 frags as a total squad, I think that's a bit problematic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can really disagree with that at all. It's pretty spot on to the whole situation that we're seeing at a Swift Uprising, a Swift downfall in the early rounds now. As you see now, the tables have turned inside the weaponry. It is going to be Vanquish with these rifles and Swift Uprising with the upgraded pistols. A few sheriffs across the board. Headhunting, if you might say, without the chamber too. So you are going to have 2 players working this B site on the defense, and 2 players putting a little bit of pressure on them on the offense. So see who comes away with these early duels, because it could be the means to an end here in round 4.
I've got your
Could be
trail.
an opportunity, and as I say it, there they go. That's
Ooh.
a beautiful shot. Yes, sir. Just gonna connect that opener. And here comes the push.
Oh, blind as a bat. Dadston still
30
recovers.
seconds left.
Finster was able to come away with 1, but that's about it. The crossfire was good, but caught with the utility in hand is not the way you want to see it. And off screen, they line up the rest. 4 quick rounds out of Vanquish. Swift now needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they're going to put one on the board. You know, this is usually like the hard part when you start getting a losing streak going. Especially early on into the game, you start kind of getting in your head a little bit on finding this first round. Usually the hardest thing you can do. So if Swift Uprising can get back into this, they need to do it soon, or else things are going to start getting problematic.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Colin. It's a tough task, and you're right. When it comes down to the mental game, this is where things really get tough. The rubber meets the road, so to
Toxins
speak.
going
And
up.
you start to feel as if things just aren't going your way, and as if the game just isn't going your way. You know, in general, you start to get sort of emotional about it, and so things can get a little bit tough. But nonetheless, this gun round, it's a new dawn, new day, new opportunity for Vanquish. With about 30 seconds gone.
Besides-
Oh! Swift Uprising. There we go. Finster, he's got an opener for the second time in a row.
Finster just shot some life into me.
He's giving me a Swift Uprising.
Yeah. On the 69th Pit of Valor, I'd hope for nothing less. King's gonna double down now. Does get a trade from Dadston for Vanquish, but damage has been done. Nobu able to get down and dirty with Jet. Still, it's a 1-for-1 trade, keeping Swift Uprising in that player advantage. And now with the rotations here, Swift Uprising definitely going to be able to keep a hold of this site. Finster's going to get the information on the cross now. They know exactly what that is. The crossfire from Jet set up inside showers. They should know that this raise is going to be here. The shock dart's going to do the damage. You have the backup here from Dadston, but the concussion from that breach. They're both tagged up. Now here comes the swing. Dadston and Axie. They bring it back, a 1v2. How are they going to do this one? Schnarf makes it a 1v1. Axie's going to take the long road around. Schnarf almost caught again with the utility to Shorty around the corner. There's wide swing, and there it is.
Oh, barrel stuff. Shorty. This is not what you want to see straight up in your face like that one. And beyond that, Swift Uprising. This was such a good opportunity. I gotta say the decision making there in the 1v1 for Schnarf was a little bit lacking, but the play from Vanquish, just stacking up the way they did, playing it together, I think it was very, very solid. Even if I do believe that you could have probably utilized either, I mean, you had the Hunter's Fury and you had the Cosmic Divide, so you know, fair enough. Could have been putting that to good use. Either way, Vanquish doing a wonderful job of picking that round up, and it's still going to be a scoreless game here for Swift Uprising, 5-0.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out.
The take now. Up top, Ripper. Off the satchel charge is going to have an aerial point of view of the A site. The rest soon to follow. Keeping this hardcore parkour going. The concussion from the breach now. Cobalt is going to fight Dadston. The swing from Jet. 3 quick kills. Vanquish now on the back foot. They do have the spike down, so time is going to be in their favor, but the lives surely are not. The Rolling Thunder, Jet's going to find Ripper. They know exactly where this last player it is, and it's time to converge.
You know, I can respect the mouse one hold right there from Axie. You know, it's fair enough. It happens. A great attempt, but a failed one all the same. And it's Swift Uprising who finally do put themselves together for an uprising of their own in this game as they pick up their first on a Thrifty nonetheless. You know, technically off the back of that Rolling Thunder, but it really didn't find too much value. Just kind of cut off some angles, made it a little bit easier to find that retake. As, well, Swift Uprising do have the tools at their disposal to continue that one round and sort of string some together, as they have the 4 ultimates in their back pocket. Now, in fairness, the other side of things have the same number, but it's all about how you use them.
Well, they should know Ripper's in that corner. Let's see if he can dethrone that. What? What just happened?
Well, you see, what happened was... I got no clue, man.
1 minute I was looking at the minimap, the next minute I looked to the right and everybody's dead.
You know, I guess Vanquish is just trying to tell us that it's not about the number of your ultimates, but how you use them, or at least how you shoot your guns, because they don't even need these ultimates, it would seem.
I think that might have just been the quick 4K I've ever seen from a team. It definitely, as I'm casting, maybe viewing VCT, I've seen something different, but now Schnarf definitely rattled after that. That's some good information out of the sky. Nobu's going to know where this player is going to be flooding on through. The flash on out, following in turn, but looks the wrong way. Schnarf, no way he gets away with it. They're definitely going to be hot on his trail now, and Schnarf able to find one, a second one, but Datsun says no more.
I mean, a couple of kills on the exit, that's pretty solid, but here, it's 6-1. Like, you can't be wanting that sort of, you know, small victory on the backside. You need, like, real rounds at this point, especially if Vanquish can pull off yet another one. They're going to already claim victory on the half. This is fine. This is a relatively, you know, relatively equal when it comes to the halves, right? You know, attack, defense, you're looking at a, you know, 7-5, 6-6 type of scenario most of the time. So, the way that it's looking right now, Vanquish are ahead by a country mile.
It's pretty far. 5 rounds is a country mile, guys. Come on.
Yep, get with the program.
You should know that. Ripper, satchel charge. That's quite a long bomb with a satchel charge. Not going to land on the target. Viper's Pit puts a plug in the A site. The spike is still down just outside of that, but look at this overextension out of King. The spike now... Oh, no. I had that... I was so wrong on that one. Oh, my goodness.
It's okay.
Scratch that. Bring this back. Bring this back.
Oh, we've all been there, college. Don't worry about it. But you know what? Swift Uprising, at the very least, they've done a good job of funneling Vanquish into one site. And the Cosmic Divide comes out to try and further deny. Yes, here we go.
King might not be on the overextension, but still holding things strong. It's only a bait, though. Showstopper from Ripper, caught in the stun. Fencer 1 for 1. Showstopper amounts to absolutely zilch. It's now trying to delay the spike plant. Just going to be a little bit off target. Datsun is going to get it down. 3v4 for the post plant. Ripper makes it even. Showstopper on the other side. Just going to be into it. Up top on it. Still going into the corner. A little bit of time on this fuse. Is going to find Axie on the opposite end of that Showstopper. Great value. Now time to cut off and delay. Datsun inside garden and a double kill to put them down.
Oh my goodness. So much going on there. As we take a moment to break it down. Ultimately, that Showstopper making so much space, though. Really creating a bit of a tough task to handle. Not too sure why Vanquish kind of just sat and took it, though. They could have fallen back a little bit further if they really wanted to, but instead just took the rocket to the face. That's not got to be pleasant. Nonetheless, by the way, got to give credit. Fencer once again finds the frag from the Crave that time on the Nanoswarm. Nicely done. But still plenty of cash here for Vanquish to work with as they are bought in 5 Vandals in their pockets. But you can see their money's starting to wane a bit. They don't have a whole lot left in the tank. And, well, Ripper already going to find the opening frag, ripping the head off of Schnarf. That's certainly a great way to start things out.
Schnarf.
Fun name to say, that's for sure.
I can't remember where that's from. It's from something.
It is, 100%.
Dark with the trade, Polkin to fall. Still putting some pressure on the B side, and Finster the only one here. I hope he's ready for this one because there's definitely going to be a monumental hold if he comes out on top. Ripper walks right through that nebula. Cross those T's, dot those I's. Finster finds another one. Into the back line. They know where he is. Trying to double down, but no. Ripper's going to put a stop to that hold. And now all alone, King Dark on an island.
This is looking massive. That frag, it's so impactful. The reason being is that now it's so much more difficult to get back into the site.
Ooh, now it's all up to Cobalt. Nobu inside of Hookah. Datsun over on the TP. Cobalt definitely has a lot to work on right now, and the Trailblazer's gonna spot him. He gets concussed. So now back on this entry here, Cobalt definitely stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and that Spike is just wide into the open. It is open season for Vanquish.
It's a nasty bit of work. Nasty bit of work indeed. As Swift Uprising, they just cannot catch a break. They win around, they lose around, win around, and they've lost around. It's now 7-2. And beyond that, you can see what it's done to their money supply. It's certainly looking pretty darn poor. And you know, sure, you're going to get a Guardian, a couple of Marshals. Yeah, they can be deadly weapons in the right hands, but against Vandals, it's really a tough task. And we'll have to see it go down right here, right now. Still have the lockdown. Like I said before, that's just really difficult to utilize effectively, especially in the defensive early rounds.
Look at Vince there. A little cheeky angle, but Ripper does not care one bit.
Especially hard to utilize when you're dead.
He's going for more. I don't think they're ever going to expect this one. Jet goes for the shot around the corner. Dark already tagged up. Does get the trade a whooping. Cheeky as could be, but the damage has been done, and Ripper is really giving his team a win condition here, and it's just get those trades, put that round in the bag. The last two players from Swift Uprising, they are deep inside their own spawn, and really plateaued for this retake. This is Vanquish's round to lose. Looking at 8 on the other side now. Polkin gonna walk right into the Nebula. Dark with the recovered Vandal is gonna take him to the grave, and now both of them with some pretty solid riflery. Cobalt, that is disgusting. You can't just do that. He's got a family. 2v2. Things about back now. XC trying to keep his team in that advantage, but Cobalt, you've seen him shoot before. You know he can do it, but not able to land that shot. Gonna be an 8th.
And you gotta say, it's super quality. That's that shot we were just seeing. What a timing. But, you know, you gotta love your Raze player going in that deep and just committing to all the fights. Of course, if that was my ranked game, that Raze player would have had the spike in their hands. Fortunately for Vanquish, Ripper is much more consistent and doesn't troll. But, you know, it happens to the best of us. Vanquish, they look unstoppable here. They've picked up 2 rounds in a row, and beyond that, they've got even more to work with here. It's a gun round for Swift Uprising. His last round was indeed a save. What can they do in order to dispatch the likes of Vanquish, who have been on a tear?
I mean, 2 rounds would not be the worst case scenario. An 8-4 half would actually be
Fair.
on the brighter side if you're Swift Uprising. But Vanquish, they have not seemed like they are going to let go of this advantage whatsoever. So it's really not when they do, but how can they pull this back right now if you're Swift Uprising? Still holding on to those 2 players at that B site. The spike is rotating into Hookah. I like this call that they have a 3rd player rotating out here.
The pressure that's being applied. Polkin with that frag, he has
bait.
So many question marks.
Hook, line, and sinker. They fell for it. They can't get back in time. The Rolling Thunder.
The Rolling Thunder.
We're going to toss them back up. Jet's going to be here. Showstopper from River trades it on out. Now down and dirty. It's 3.
Spike down B.
Oh. Nasty stuff, but look who has the bomb. It's Cobalt.
Does it reach? Oh, it does. It does reach. And He's got the shorty. What? Oh, my.
Say what?
Round before the switch.
Oh, man. 9-2, Vanquish are dominating. And that was by the way, such a wonderful timing from Schnarf on the Rolling Thunder. The problem is that Ripper just doesn't follow the rules of physics. And so he was just in the air the whole time and was able to find literally all the frags, plus deny what is the only utilization so far this half of the lockdown, as well as an additional kill.
Time to hunt.
Yeah, Ripper's been the monster in the closet right now for Swift Uprising.
Sully?
Maybe. I'm more of a Mike Wazowski fan.
Ah, okay. We'll have to agree to disagree, but it's okay. I can respect it.
Vulcan, goodbye. Nice shots from Dark. Goal ball too, getting a little bit aggressive. It's gonna pay off.
Hold on a second.
No, there's no way.
What is...
You want to find it?
Maybe there's something I'm missing here. Maybe that's at B. No, it's not at B. What? I'm not quite sure I understand the point of this this cosmic divide, because it's literally done nothing but help the offense.
Yes, it has. Dassin around the corner. is going to keep the trades going, and Nobu finally strikes out of showers off of the teammates, and
Feeling over here.
it is going to even us up. Nobu not able to reach with that regrowth. Is going to have a friend to play with here in showers, and Cobalt. I mean, Cobalt's not that fun to play with in general as a material, so not that fun in the showers either. Datsun, 27 HP, looking for the clutch here for Vanquish to hit double digits in the first half. The shots are good, but not able to close it out. Cobalt's going to give him a 9-3 half.
I just want to say, the fact that we saw that, I mean, there's no real other word for it, horrific Cosmic Divide from Swift
Both of them.
Uprising. I mean, at least this other one wasn't like at least it covered something. This other Cosmic Divide. The defensive Cosmic Divide did literally nothing but help the offense. So, either way, the fact that they used that early and still managed to win the round, that is far more impressive than just winning the round outright can be. And I mean, to be fair, that's something we haven't seen a lot of as of recently, because just in general, Astra play has gone a long way, but it is hard to utilize that Cosmic Divide in a way that's strictly going to be good for your team, because obviously it denies vision and sound for yourself as well as your opponents.
Oh. That is... They lined up for that one so well. Where'd that come from? That was all the way deep from the spawn.
Toxin screen down.
That's a quality breach player right there.
Oh, it is. Now,
Yeah,
Vulcan
Toxins going up.
has a little bit to work with here. Is going to get the trade on the Fitzer. Goes in for seconds. They line up 3 in a row. Vulcan denying this site. Still a little bit to play with. Blocks the flash, but Schnarf stuffs the barrel of that classic right into his face.
And Swift Uprising looking to plant. They get denied by the gravity well. And, oh boy, here we go again.
Uh-oh.
Versus 3 is not what you want to see.
Oh, you got the frenzy. You're going to get a little bit of a run and gun action. Coming out of dark, yes, you are Nobu to fall. Still dancing around this edge. Has Schnarf to back him up. Shots are good now. Datsun looking for the clutch here. 22 HP. Taps that spike. Oh, but Schnarf still has the utility to work with. Datsun might have just played him like a fiddle. The time surely is ticking. Does Datsun have enough to make this full wraparound? He is going to find the kill.
I think he's got plenty of time, Colin.
Oh, he's got plenty.
Now, come on. Diffuse. Diffuse.
Yeah. This is I've never heard that voice line. That's great. Either way, indeed, plenty of time is it's 9-3. Turns to 10.
Just played him like a fiddle right there. But Polkin, I mean, props to Polkin for this.
Toxin screen down.
That's just dirty work, isn't it? And being able to stay alive there and even have another attempt as well is just kind of adding insult to injury. But double digits gain here for Vanquish. It's looking like things are pretty one-sided in this setup. Swift Uprising just really can't get anything going. They found a round here and there, but when it comes to stringing those together, they've just met some problems. So here comes that push. It's 1-for-1 on the trade.
Concealment. Concealment.
And one thing has definitely shown consistency is that off these trades, Vanquish usually walk out on top. Is you instantly off of that trade, all players at B have rotated back to the A site to reinforce it.
To be fair, all 4 players for Swift Uprising are here, but oh my goodness, Ripper.
Oh no.
He's just W-keyed. He's found Schnarf, and he's gotten the hell out of Dodge.
And he's all the way back at A short now. Like,
Push.
This is just absurd. Out of Ripper, Cobalt does get the trade, so still even through showers. Calling for Jet for the crossfire. The flash is good. Out of that one, Nobu utilizing that bird to its full extent now. Eggsy jumps in from the side. Cobalt's going to be dropped. Vanquish now in a 3v1, and King Dark.
30 seconds left.
Oh, seeing King Dark all the way over here with the spike makes me question, why did Cobalt leave the showers?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. Listen, there's so many questions sometimes in this game. I don't have the right answers. I'll be real. Here's a retake. 3v1. Honestly, I love what Dark is doing here. His only real chance was to get the drop on someone there and find the 1v1. Doesn't quite make it work, but valiant effort. None the same.
Team Ace.
And that is so very quickly Team Vanquish just about on the cusp of victory here in the second half. As to say this has been one-sided in this way is a bit of an understatement, we'll just say.
Folks, don't forget, we got plenty of stuff to look out for in this Pit of Valor 69, other than just gameplay. Exclamation mark giveaway. You can get yourself a HyperX Alloy 60% keyboard if you enter. You know, and that's all because of our sponsor, Impure Esports. So 11-3 here for Vanquish as things are going by quick in round number 2 on stream, but still plenty of competition to be had off stream. Inside that RNG, shots almost landing.
Not only off stream, but on stream too. It's always around 32. We got at least, what, 4 more matchups?
At least.
So, definitely be on the lookout. Jet, on the lookout for some heads to shoot. Not finding anything just now, though.
We got the poison orb for the one-way through Garden. Definitely going to be tough to walk through that one, as Axie don't think he understands, unless those shots rang through, that those players have snuck through to the ult orb. But if you look at your mini-map, you can see that Swift Uprising have gotten out of B. They still have the player in shower, so they're looking to pinch this A site.
30 seconds
Could be
left.
it.
Oh,
Toxin screen. Poison's off.
okay.
I see what you've done there.
You know, Schnarf really sold that, too.
He did.
With the utility at B, so they had an idea, they ran with it, but keep your eyes on Dastin, flank of his own. Might be able to catch some good timing onto these players on the outside. Toxic Wall's the only thing blocking that one. It's going to go down. Spot's Dark already tagged up, and that's a free kill, so evens us back up 4-on-4 for this retake. He's going to get the pedal to the metal. Now Axie walking right through the snake bite. Cobalt finds one. The early trade again, staying even. Are both these squads finally Nobu splits the difference. Is going to fight Schnarf on the opposite side. They flip the script. Fencer, Jet line up and get dropped.
And that's such a key important factor in that retake. From the flank, from the patience, from the shots, and then eventually the race car peek around the corner.
Point.
Everything coming up. Dad's in there, and I just gotta say, it was really nice to see that patience at work with regard to that flank. Get the first kill. Hold on a second. You know, just let the idea of you percolate in the back of the minds of Swift Uprising, whilst the rest of your team comes in to dismantle, only for you to come back for the final blow and knock them down. 12-3, down, not out. Our Swift Uprising, but boy, is it looking like it might be a quick death for them. There's little to nothing to work with regard to these ultimates, but weapons they have.
Yes, they do. Dassin off the top ropes. Jet denies. And the trade is going to be there from Axie. Through the TP, Ripper's going to find Dark, so pulling out all the stops right now is Vanquish. Looking to end this here and now. They got the numbers, and they have site control on both ends. That TP should give it away. Look at the minimap. All the players from Vanquish, they heard that. So you can see an early rotation at a Ripper to help out Polkin. Can he at least find one?
Yeah, 1 and done would be ideal here. Oh, but he's better. That's massive, and the showstopper to add on insult to injury.
Looks like this is all but over right now for Vanquish as they come tumbling onto the site. Swift Uprising, these last two players, Fencer and Schnarf, holding this corner. Flash going to be there. Axie walks right through it. Schnarf lines them up, but Nobu gets the trade. So Vanquish in a 2v1 now. They can put this one away, and Polkin has snuck his way through. 13-3. Vanquish move on.
Tall Ogre, Vanquish taking that victory. Looking incredibly dominant in such. So really impressed with this team. You know, they did exactly what you would hope. And well, honestly, Swift Uprising, we were critical of the agent selections, and whilst it certainly didn't help matters, I don't really think that was their downfall, Colin. I think they got outplayed on, just individual level here more than anything.
Individual team base, I think there's a lot that shined for Vanquish where we didn't see Swift kind of meet the expectations to go toe-to-toe with them. So, I mean, definitely as we look through inside this highlight reel that Vanquish have accumulated, you can definitely see that their solo play was what kind of pushed them over the edge inside this matchup. But I mean, the underlying factors, these set strategies that they had on attack were definitely throwing Swift Uprising through a loop constantly. So now that we're back in the screen, we can look at definitely the highlight players. I mean, Ripper being one of them, as he literally tore through some of those rounds. But I really want to highlight Dadston coming out. On an Astra roll, usually Astras take the back seat oftentimes, maybe middle of the pack. But when you get that Astra like Dadston who can just take it into his own and kind of push the aggression right behind Ripper and follow up so well, I think he was just a big factor alongside Axian finding those trades for his team.
100%. I'm glad you pulled that up, because you're right. It's really hard to frag heavily on an Astra. I mean, you just look at professional play. It's just not an easy role to utilize, because you're worried about being in your cosmic form all the time. You're going back and forth. You're trying to communicate, where does the smoke need to be? How and when do I utilize that? The same is said with the gravity wells. And, it's not nothing to contend with, put it that way. But we are done with the round of 32. I want to, before we get going here for round of 16, though, I want to mention that, well, you probably know that we hosted a Halo tournament just a few weeks ago. Well, I think you might be interested in another Halo tournament that's happening. Forerunners Mantle number 2. It's happening, hosted, of course, by GLG. You can type !Halo in the chat to find out all the information that you need to know about that. Not to mention, speaking of upcoming tournaments, well, we're nearly there to Pit of Valor number 71. That's going to be 52 straight weeks of Pit of Valors without a singular week break. That is amazing stuff. I can't believe that we're here as just a GLG family, and that's pretty awesome. So in that, we're going to be getting some sponsorship, sponsored by Liberix Fulfillment, and it's going to be $1,000 52 prize pool. So I mean, 10 times the amount this week, and 20 times the normal amount, which is outrageous. So make sure that you get involved in that, because you can definitely want to be involved. That's December 22nd, by the way. If I didn't mention it before, right at the end of 2021. Love to see it. I'm definitely going to be out for that one. I hope you will be too, Colin.
I definitely will be there. It's 52. I want to say long weeks, but honestly, they flew by here. You and I, we've pretty much been here from the start. So you've seen this whole thing grow, and none of it could be possible without you guys for the community. So here on the desk, we might be backing up, but coming up next is going to be Shrive and Eric to take you through the next 2 games. So you guys better stay tuned. We're going to be returning to you shortly with some more Pit of Valor 69.
All right, people. Welcome back. After a quick and snappy break, we have changed some faces. We're ready to go for another matchup. I am joined by the lovely and stunning Eric, who is currently focusing somewhere between here and there. Eric, you look ravishing as always. How are you, my guy?
I'm doing good, man. How have you been?
Doing okay. It is. It's a spicy one. I've heard some of these matches thus far have been absolutely delectable, building up to this one. But alas, the show must go on, and this is Pit of Valor number 69, the spiciest of them all, and we're celebrating 52 Pit of Valors in a row. And if all things ring correctly, around this time, January, like, you know, beginning when Pit of Valor's kind of, you know, really started to pick up and went full consecutive is kind of when I joined the family. And it feels like it's been an absolute hot minute. I remember, Eric, a short minute or two later, you came along. And, you know, I think we've been all in a family, to say the least, since then. So to have everyone here with us on Pit of Valor number 69, 52 consecutive weeks in a row, and we're about to round off the year of 2021 like this in style, I mean, you can't really go wrong, man.
Yeah, it's been a journey for sure, man. I'm glad that I could watch GLG grow as an organization, and more so watch, you know, everyone else grow as, you know, in every position that they are, whether it's, you know, the production, our observers, our casters, you know, our owner alone it's been great to watch him grow his this whole business. It's been really nice, honestly.
It really has. And Eric, on the note of getting into the matchup, I should probably get to the nitty gritty of it. You guys can see down below, it's Stay Hydrated versus CLU, and we are hopping into the good old fashioned agent select here. Going to a set for our viewers. This is a CLU pick. Stay Hydrated is going to be starting off on that defensive side as well. So we'll see what agents we get in here, as we're pretty much getting down to the nitty gritty of the locks, the beginnings of them at least. The Mirror Jet looking delicious. And looks like the attackers are just more or less hovering, trying to make up their mind, but a Viper. Now that's a bit of a mix-up, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it looks more so like Yahoo and the gang know exactly what they want, rather than, you know.
Oh yeah.
Kind of taking their time in these picks, not you know, running it out with an insured comp. But I mean, that's probably for the best not to automatically lock in right off the jump, you know.
Sure.
Maybe wait and see what the other team picks at times. Could always be a viable strategy in terms of you know, counter picking, or more so picking a better comp all around you know, the opposite team.
Sure, and I mean, that's the thing, right? In a sense, yeah, I'm with you. And on the opposing end of the spectrum too, it's kind of like teams will kind of find their own solid comp, who excels on what agent, what they feel most comfortable with, and we're pretty much down to the last 8 seconds. On the defensive side, looks like the Jet KO, the Astra Sova and KJ bringing it up, and we're hovering a full lock on the attacker. Jet, Astra, Reina, and I think that Viper is going to be locked in as well with the Sova. So Ascent also does have some viability with the Viper. I do like the utility that it brings, and we're going to get it here today. So it's a nice change up to see that Poisonous Beast show up on this map and not so much on the land of Icebox.
And speaking of Icebox, we had a crazy game earlier on that map between, if I'm correct, it was Impure and, oh gosh, PogChamp?
Hey, you're the man of the hour here. Yeah, according to production, that is correct.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Really, really great game on Icebox earlier. But of course, we're not on it now. We're definitely on the more favored and more well-known. No, imagine, I don't know if more favor is the answer, but we do see this map a lot more than most.
And as we are ready to go, wow, my tongue just went like full 360 degrees in my mouth there. As we're ticking down the timer, 12 seconds to go. A reminder, thank you so much to Impure Esports for sponsoring this weekend's Fiasco $100 prize pool, keeping it real. They're also doing an amazing giveaway for a HyperX keyboard, exclamation mark giveaway in chat, and exclamation mark sponsor in chat to learn more about these beautiful Impure Esports people that have been supporting us. And they're in it with their own esports teams as well, now with the Valorant, as you guys saw earlier. So let's get down and dirty here. Eric can see what is on the agenda for us tonight, and thus far, looks like a bit of a slow and steady run. A lot of aggression towards top mid. That's a great pick onto Flight Risk. And with that, Spike is still available out at long A area. And looks like mid push is on the agenda, but what's the play here? Short, pizza, or back to B, and I think they're interested in contesting tree. Viper to deny any kind of vision out of that end of the spectrum. Gravity Well sucks. Yahoo denying Athex with the 1 and the 2, just tapping away to victory. And does a great job at denying CLU off the rip here.
Right, I mean, it's been a quick round so far. Already a 3 versus 2 very early in this round in favor of Stay Hydrated. And it looks like they're going to take this one now. CLU with only kind of, waiting it out. Not much he can do here on this A site. He's got all angles held against him. It is not going to be a fun one for him.
Blocking vision.
One ain't on the agenda here today. It's a bit of an ass-whooping scenario. Turret tagging. They know there is one in heaven. And with that, it is the poor old Astra now. Septo fully spotted. Bit of a bouncy bounce. Gonna ping him away, and he is just trying to survive now, down to 34 hit points. Does have 2 stars. One of the 2 down. Shock dart, close proximity. No connection. With 14 seconds, a spike and 3 people to mulch through here. Eric, I don't think that's happening. Not today. Quick denial coming out from the...
Not gonna lie, I was a little convinced there for a second. His accuracy looked right. His consistent shots looked a little on par. But in the end, it is going to be first round going in favor of Stay Hydrated, and second round is going to be a potential toss-up. Because I mean, realistically, when it comes to this first and second round business, first round usually snowballs into second round winner. But as we've been seeing lately, that has not been the case. It has been first round winner, goes into second round toss-up, goes into third round stomping potentially, but we'll have to see, as already 4 members are off this side of CLU. Stay Hydrated, definitely pulling this one in favor of themselves already. And as I say that, Scuttle goes down, and that is the second round confirmed for the first round winners. I mean, I didn't want to be right on it. I didn't want to cast or curse anyone, but at the same time, it was a long-running joke between one of the old casters, Derek, Sloppy Derek, between me and him with the first and second round, guarantee that we had, that you win first round, you win second round, and usually then lose the third round. Almost 100% satisfaction guarantee, no money back, and there's no insurance policies behind that, so we can't get, we're not held on legal reasons. Oh my gosh, Clay already spraying through to take out Samuel. A little bit of Sova damage right there. One trade coming out already, and CLU is down 4 versus 5 against Stay Hydrated, as boosting is going to come through this mid part. Wall goes up to keep him hidden. He's going to be pushing into CT now, unseen, unheard potentially, and now members of CLU are going to hold this mid spot to make sure they have a nice, easy push coming through. Little methodical. Sprays coming out, though. I'm not too sure if anything is going to be found here. I don't know if they exactly know where the positioning of this CLU side is.
30 seconds left.
No charges.
So we're going to see Yahoo trade out here 1-4-0 on this little corner piece. And now, of course, the corner is going to be peaked, and Athlix is going to take down 2 of his own. Flight Risk taking down 1 in the trade, though. And now on this A site, we're going to see Yahoo take out TK47. Spike gets planted, but it's on the opposite side of the map right now. And Stay Hydrated have to scramble to get all the way over to this site. But Athlix is going to take out 1 more, making it into a 1 versus 1. Tension looking very healthy now. Coming in through the back, but out of the smoke comes Athlix, and he's going to clear out 4 on this round by himself, turning this into a 2-1 match. As I said, 2 rounds go in favor and 1 goes out of favor. Usually how it happens, first 2 rounds in favor of one team, 3rd round goes in favor of the opposite team. But 4th round will tell differently, because all teams will now have around the same idea of firepower. I am lying entirely to you through my teeth right now. I don't know why I would lie to you guys like that, but Boosting C White is not going to have the same amount of firepower as the rest of his team, but we will see what he's able to do as Kazan takes out TK, takes out Boosting White, doesn't give him a chance to do anything. Samuel taking out Yahoo, and Flight Risk taking out Athlix, that big killer from last round. Subtle taking out Kazan, who took out 2 members of this early. And there goes Samuel again. Flight Risk showing up here. We've seen Flight Risk pop off in other games early in these tournaments. But 3 versus 1, CLU is down again with Subtle, only to clutch this round.
And off we go now, making sure that things are looking pretty good across the board. Some stars going down as well at this point. And now it's a matter of a 2 versus 1 scenario. Flight Risk down. He gets caught out there with the 1 and the transfer. No! Tension makes it happen. And with that off, we go ahead. Stay hydrated, looking good. 3-1. A nice start for the defensive side. Now, let's see here. CLU, what is on the agenda? Eric, what are they going to do to counteract? And unfortunately for them, the money not looking the sharpest in the shed. So they're back to the drawing board in terms of economy. But alas, the question remains, the attackers got to do something. They got to do it soon. And if this momentum continues to build, especially on Ascent, not a great time when you switch it up for sure. And at the end of the day, I think this goes back to good old statistics, my friend. When you don't got a lot of rounds to play with and make mistakes, it definitely doesn't help your morale and doesn't give you a lot of room either to bounce back in most cases.
Of course, but we cannot count out Ethics or Subtle because they have been absolutely on shot these few rounds. They just have not been able to get enough damage off to get these kills confirmed. But I think that if they do get these consistent shots off, keep the accuracy that they have been showing, they have been very, very wild in their flicks, so it's one of those things where they could easily, for their team, pull these rounds back on their own as a duo.
You hear Flight Risk, Bladestorm active. Oh, yes. Samuel is just jiggling it. Transfer coming out there. Flight Risk getting swung on. He got lit up, and that is a great connection there with the classic. Denying that ultimate. Still, Kazan is here. Does have a better weapon, at least this time here with Vandal. Gonna deny entry as well. And at that point, all's looking good. Viper Wall ready to go. That enemy suppressed. Null command would have been greater earlier, but I'm not upset. It's better late than never, to say the least. But you can see, meanwhile, the attackers are going to shake and bake right over to this B site. A lot of utility placed down there from KJ, so I don't see it getting activated. And yes, it is now. Turrets going off. Nanoswarms aplenty right down sidewalk. Septo with the 1. Clay holding sight. Samuel there with that classic sharpshooting. Can he get the gun in time? And the bait tension, indeed, breaking the tension nicely, using that gun on the ground as a bit of a tasty treat to appetize the enemy. And Kazan there to get Septo on that mid pick. And alas, the wrath of Stay Hydrated continues as they're looking so good here on the defense, Eric.
Absolutely, and Stay Hydrated is absolutely making sure that there is a drought on the side of CLU in terms of rounds, kills, and potential to pull these rounds back for themselves. And I mean, if this is how these rounds are going to go, it is going to be a very rough time for CLU coming back into the next half. But once again, this first half is not over yet. CLU can still pull rounds for themselves and absolutely swing this in their favor with a few good picks. But not with that. Athic's already down to 6 health. That is not what you want if you want to start pulling these rounds back. Oh no, TK47 now taking damage of his own, down to 1 armor and 76 health. Absolute menace through the wall. And now, oh my gosh, spotted out in mid. Flight Risk is going to miss the shot that would have taken TK's life. That could have been it for sure. Now, Yahoo and Subtle in their own little peek battle. Oh my goodness, Subtle's going to get a beautiful flick headshot on the Yahoo to take him out.
A nice bit of peaky action there towards Samuel there with the 1 as well. And this time it looks like CLU are feeling spicy there with Sova on the 2-piece combination. It's just down to Tension and Sova here. Let's see what they got in the tank. Clay, your friendly Sova, the lovely Odin warrior, is now looking for some sort of good opportunity, if anything. Meanwhile, Spike getting planted on that A site. Viper Wall is up and active, so they got their eyes set on all the goods, including heaven and down below, and chances of defender retake here not looking the greatest in the shed, as it might be a flawless CLU around here, but don't shake your tail feather twice here, Eric. We might see some some goodness, maybe some exit picks or 2 if all things do align for us.
I'll try and only shake it once, but as we say that, Tension's going to take out Subtle, and Samuel's going to take out Tension. Clay's going to take out Samuel, and that is now a 1 versus 3 left on the side of Stay Hydrated, and this is the round that CLU needed to take so that they can start getting more into this game and have a better chance of winning it.
And on that note, my friend, yeah, there she goes. I mean, good value. Getting a couple exits ain't a bad thing. And in the end, CLU does survive with 3 members. So count your blessings. Don't be upset about it. And alas, it's going to be the retaliation round after 2 consecutive for CLU and Co. And on that note, too, they've actually are looking really good here, too, man. They got the guns. They have a lot of ults on the table as well. And the question is, what is the recipe for CLU that has been the most successful? I mean, Ascent is one of those maps where fluidity reigns supreme, right? Being adaptive, knowing how to work a pick, and being independent is very, very critical. I mean, the aisleways and the choke points in this map kind of lend itself to independent gameplay as a defender, I'd say, more than others. So, you know, at the end of the day, you got to be able to frag out. That's pivotal. And working an opening pick early in the round gives you a lot more breathing room. I mean, Ascent, yeah, but on other maps too, I get it. I'm just saying. Work a pick slow. And yeah, look at that, Hunter's Fury. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's a great opening pick from Clay, and it's going to give, again, stay hydrated, more breathing room with minute 20 on the clock. It's a lot of time, and now the attacker's down a member. It's pretty much back to the drawing board for them to see what they can do to equalize at the very minimum. And
Clay absolutely knew what was going to happen. The second he realized that he was hitting the jet, he aimed upwards and just said, you know what, instead of this Hunter's Fury, we're just going to play a little skeet shooting and take you out of the air. Beautiful pick by him early in this round. As you said, Athix now playing this very slow, going to drop that wall. 2 walls coming up at once. This is going to be a crossroads, and a beautiful another pick by Kazan as he runs through that smoke thinking that he might be safe. That was not the case.
Question is, though, what are they going to do off this rip now that Cosmic Divide is hovering, but it ain't going to last forever, I'll tell you that much. In about 3 seconds, that's going to be gone. Drone comes out. Subtle. Tickles it. Along with friendly support. Tension here holding a very tight angle. Gravity well activated. Tension swinging. There is support. Yahoo there backing up his teammate. Nice, but Samuel gets it, and it's a quick 1-2. And Team Ace, you heard the announcer loud and clear as Tension and Flight Risk are on the board very quickly to pick up the final 2 picks. And alas, my friend, we proceed ahead 5-2. And CLU, let's talk about it for a second here, right? When they do collapse on a site or decide to commit too heavily to one thing, they just kind of cascade into Stay Hydrated's crosshair. So, you know, at times like that, I think it's about adaptation. You lose a body, unless you have a really good plan to swing in unison and to, you know, finish up whatever you started. In that case, what happened on Tree Room, you might as well just not contest it. Like, back off, reset. You got a lot of time on the clock and try and, you know, let someone else on the team work a pick, or at least pick a different area on the map to work. It just, they're falling mercy to this time in and time out. I want to see that change from the side of CLU.
Get out of my way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, oh my goodness. As we're saying all these things, these 2 picks come out from Tension and Flight Risk, immediately dropping this to a 5 versus 4 in Stay Hydrated's favor. And now CLU kind of has to rethink their strategy and play it a lot slower, as they're gonna hear that gun drop. Or actually, I don't know if that even makes any noise anymore. I'm not too sure, but Tension snagging another kill onto Samuel, and Kazan grabbing Athix. Tension with a 3-piece this round, making this a 6-2 already this early on, and it has just been round after round, kill after kill, and it's got to be weighing down on the minds of CLU. I would definitely at this point call a little bit of a regroup, maybe a timeout, kind of re-strategize, figure out what we need to do to move on and get these rounds back, so we're not going into this half a lot worse than what we could be.
I mean, it's not the most ideal situation seeing your Jet and Reyna there having some struggles towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Doesn't, you know, you got to see that opening pick really work well. And my God, Flight Risk there gets subtle so easily right off the rip. And that's a minute 30 on the clock. And yeah, that's major trouble. So Stay Hydrated can continue to keep the pressure on like this, get big opening picks right off the rip. You can't do much if you're CLU. It's so hard and, you know, so troubling when you're down a member so soon, and just puts that much pressure on the rest of your team to capitalize. But I got to see that Jet and Reyna wake up, and it's got to be sooner than later. Kind of been upset that I haven't seen an op from the attacker side kind of trying to counteract and really put your foot down. At some point, you got to say no, right? Oh, crosshair placement from Flight Risk. Just mint there, Eric. And with that, it's another great pick, 57. We're approaching that time where you want to collapse on a site, and Tension is about to be overwhelmed, but does he make it out? Athix gets the 1. On sidewalk, jousting with the Odin. Flight Risk running by, gets domed in the side of the head by Siwa, and at that point it's Athix for another Kazan on the board. And alas, the opportunity with the Viper's Pit. Now, Eric, what is in store for us?
A potential mess. I mean, hopefully Athix can. Oh no, oh my! Athix at 1 health. Absolutely a mess here. This is not what you want. Members just spraying through. Athix, wait a second. 1 health in a dream. 1 health in a dream. Can he pull this out? Kazan is not the member that you want to go against for this. Kazan is definitely low as well. Wait, he's healing up right now. He could very easily swing this. Oh my god, the shots through the wall are coming out. Wait, no, he's gonna hold it. No, Kazan grabs him.
Oh, but he got him with that.
Not enough time. Oh, he gets him on the poison. Oh my god, Athix beautifully played that round.
Oh my god, Eric, when that snake bite came out, I'm like, oh, this can't be happening. Not like this. He's gonna get shot, wall banged before he gets that out, and it's gonna be plan foil. But my goodness, talk about commitment to the plan. Athix, bravo, encore, pat on the back. That is some deep commitment here, and it's what we like to see. So yeah, man, happy they got that one. I was at the edge of my seat, I ain't gonna lie. So 6-3 now, your score line. Getting right back to a gun round. Athix, are you gonna buy? Wait a minute. I don't believe Athix bought there. I'm not quite sure. Oh, aggression, Yahoo, flight risk combination.
Oh,
hello. I mean, that's one way to get your keep, man, to earn your say in this matchup. Just push long A. That was a quick round. My goodness me.
Wait! Wait a minute! Give them a chance. They just were celebrating the win from last round. Let them enjoy it. They didn't even get to savor it. What was that? Not even 10 seconds and their whole team was wiped out. Oh my gosh.
I mean,
that was horrible.
I mean, I call it art. You call it horrible. It definitely wasn't fun, though, for the receiving end of that one. But hey, all things said and done, CLU now are going to have to be just that much more wide awake. They left that spike really far back in spawn as well. Just kind of lurking for opportunity, trying to find an opening pick if they can. So far, so good. Nothing too major. Yahoo, again, you can see the confidence, just swinging, jiggle peeking here. Looking for something towards this long area, and so far, nada at all. But again, this type of cheeky peeky behavior really begs the question and kind of, lets the attackers know that, wait a minute, I really can't probably push up too far because I'm going to get double peeked and get slapped in the face. So you can see just how conservative the attackers here are playing in that long A area.
Right, and I mean, listen, oh god, Samuel peeking this corner as Flight Risk is holding back and forth with this little these little side steps. Now is going to be a pull-off towards B potentially for the side of CLU. They already have one member that is almost dead. 1 foot in the grave with such low health. As I say that, Samuel also takes damage from Flight Risk cross map. And now this is going to be a full rotation potentially through mid from the side of CLU into the backside, and now I think they know that they're after that shot came out to get
spike down.
Yep, they know they're there. They know they're there, and that is not what you want for CLU. I don't know if they know if they have spike or not, but oh lord, now they do. They definitely know, and Kazan doesn't even need to worry about them about knowing where the spike is. But there's only one member left on the side of CLU going down to Yahoo. That is it. 8-3 now as we hit the last round of this half. Oh my goodness, this is the replay from a few rounds ago as 3 get just absolutely dropped immediately by Yahoo alone, and Flight Risk taking out 2 of his own to clean out 5 up, 5 down. Kazan as well just now with that 3-piece beautifully played. And now into the last round of the half, we'll see what CLU can do to hopefully, in their favor, turn this into an 8-4 instead of a 9-3.
I mean, I don't know what the motive was to push so heavily through that Astra smoke there, but Hunter's Fury is out and about early. See what and team looking to get aggressive, looking for opportunity. Clay, tension, utility, and the Odin go burr. Tension, just sharp shooting like it's a death match, like it ain't no one's business. Take 47. Take a break, my friend. Lawn chairs and all, a mojito in hand. Now Samuel getting pushed, and he's getting spammed to oblivion.
Oh my!
And that is such a problem. I mean, look at Stay Hydrated's confidence, man. They're not backing off the gas whatsoever here tonight.
No, and it's been an aggressive defensive round for them, so I'm excited to see what they're going to do now that they're on attacker's side. I am very, very worried for CLU, or who knows, maybe CLU is more so a defending team, but honestly, with how I just saw those last few rounds play out, I don't think Stay Hydrated is coming to play. They are coming for heads and to win this whole tournament.
That is the intention, especially when 100 Bones is on the line, sponsored by Impure Esports. You want to take it home, bring it all the way to the end. But alas, I think the your second prediction, or the most not favored prediction, is out and about for CLU. That 9-3 is on the board here. So now let's see here. On the defensive side, the scent can get spicy when you switch it up. Certain teams just tend to excel more on one end of the spectrum. Samuel, of course, your Sova playing the good old B site. Expect an Odin very shortly. Drone going out here. Shock Dart 1 there. Flight Risk doesn't get much of that. Viper is set up. Flight Risk jumping up high. Going over the top of their heads. Hello! Open the door. Oh my god. What a series of picks to open it up sight. And that single-handedly controlled that B for the side of Stay Hydrated.
And I said it. They were aggressive on defense, and now that they're on the side that is attacking, that is meant for aggression, they are just running through CLU. There is no chance right now, unless Blue 60 White might have something else to say. No, Kazan shuts it down. Any hope, any glimmer of hope that there was in the little bit of twinkle in his eye. Done. The lights are out. There is no one home. Do not resuscitate. It is going to be a 10-3, and I mean, now we're gonna have to potentially see a forced buy out of CLU. You would think.
You'd think, but I don't know how intent they are on doing that. What Flight Risk did there reminds me so vividly of the good old Counter-Strike surf map days, where like the updraft into the air and the dash and kind of sliding over the top of that button house or boat house area. And you just kind of slip into that site and tapping with the classic. So many style points all across the board. See what doesn't care that there's a drone, nor that he is being pinged out. Face checking it, but Flight Risk and team have bought up. Look at the round 2. Vandal, door closing. They're on site. Everything is theirs. What are they going to do? Do they got to clear hell? They do. Easy pick. More in heaven. Take 47 for the 1. No Devour. Instead, the dismiss is on the agenda, but Yahoo catches it at the tail end of that Spectre spray, and they're just holding sight, getting aggressive on heaven. Subtle with the 1, but now we're down to what could be viable tension.
What?
Just beastly swing there.
Oh no, he swapped weapons and during the animation got caught. Oh, how sad. That could have been a swing in momentum for him for sure. As Little picked up that Vandal, it doesn't matter. It is now out of his hands and they have to rebuy on this next round. Oh Lord.
I mean, all things said and done though, man, it's just getting, like I said, to that point where for the side of Stay Hydrated, to get any kind of, butterflies or uncomfortable feelings is kind of non-existent. I'll be straight up with you. They have so many rounds to their name. They have such a great gap as well. And with the commanding presence they have on defense and now on the attack, what do you do if you're CLU? Besides just sit back and wait for them to spank you in the face. They're just so aggressive. Look at the push. Flight Risk is already behind Affix. More flying, right click, Korean Jet.
Stop!
No, tapping, classic. Vandal in hand now. Oh, sorry, Sheriff, but no, it's see what they're at mid to deny Flight Risk. But he went a little bit bananas there to say the least. And looks like they got B on lock. Mark it. Little pop flash, little bunny hop right into sight, and come on in. The door's open. Make yourself a cup of cocoa and plant that spike for what could be round number 12.
Oh Lord, absolutely flying through the air like a madman to grab those 2. No one else has dropped so far just yet. A slow retake is going to have to be played out now, or at least looks like it's going to be played out now by CLU as Subtle comes through this door. Tension's going to see him, gonna spot him, gonna attempt to try and take him out. It's not happening. Instead, Subtle takes the train, wins it. Clay and Yahoo taking down 1 each of their own, and now Kazan closing out the round, taking it to match point. This could be it now for this whole round, and now we're gonna get that replay as Flight Risk gets entirely behind Athex, flies above and beyond, and takes out another one in the midst of all of that chaos, the jumping around, the floating, the changing of weapons from knives to his classic pistol to get that right click for the kill, only to get taken out shortly after.
Yeah, call it spicy. All things said and done, man. 12-3. You can see now they're going to go one more time here. Heavy presence towards this B site off the rip. Getting the orb, and that leaves KO just 1 more point to get ultimate. No lights activated at this point. A bit of early damage off to the Jet as well. So Stay Hydrated down in terms of hit points from a collective perspective. And we're just going to see now as they're rotating back towards A. There is double Astra Stars, so a Gravity Well and Smoke could very well be on the agenda here for us. We'll see how they decide to deal with this scenario. And without any tree room presence, I don't really know how this is going to work. I don't mind the surprise attack. Here we go. Off to sight. We are dashing right through. In Yahoo, looking for something, nothing whatsoever. See what? Oh, spamming. Can't get anything on that plant, and they get on more or less unscathed. They get the one now here. Kazan keeping door at bay, flash into heaven, and they're going to double up into hell here for the post plant.
But now a 2 versus 4 as sprays come through the floor from hell into heaven. There's going to be damage done to a bunch of members of CLU. And now Subtle is going to drop down, and he's going to get the kill on Clay. Last one left. No, he cannot do it. I'm sorry. Kazan falls, and now 12-4 as CLU finds a round for themselves amidst all the chaos.
I was waiting for the double shock darts to come. There's a nice little cheeky lineup out of hell there. You can bounce it on the little ticket booth, and with a double charge, you'll get it landing nicely up top of the rafters. Had that been there, we would have been in for a whole different scenario. That was Clay I was really banking on, but alas, I mean, or not Clay. I apologize, Samuel. Don't get too upset though. Here, I mean, no, I'm right. It's Clay. Yeah, don't get too flustered. It's only one round. We still got an 8-round gap to deal with, and I'll say, for the side of Stay Hydrated, they do best when they just commit to something, man. W keys, go on heavy into a site, and worry about the rest later. So that's the recipe that's delivered them success. We'll see what they do. Oh, yes. Clay just beaming Samuel through the walls, and Take actually gets a response. So very quick 1-for-1, tit for tat action here.
And I mean, Take a trading 1-for-1, and Athex actually trading onto tension now, turning this into a 3 versus 4 in favor of CLU. And now Recon Bolt's going to spot him out in center, or more so in middle. But Clay, again, with this Odin, is a huge threat. Oh, as he watches his partner Yahoo get taken out, he knows that, oh no. Flight Risk left to kind of fend for himself here as a 1v3 comes out, and that scenario is not what you want. CLU pulling back a second round for themselves. Do we see the comeback right now? Is this it? Has it been mounted?
Eric, you had to open your mouth and say it. I didn't want to say it. I don't want to be that guy. We ain't that guys. No,
I'm that guy.
Now, if this goes the wrong way this round, you're fired. You're actually fired.
It's my fault.
It's entirely your fault. The Valorant gods heard you, and I'm going to be upset. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, you know what? If all signs have aligned, CLU is getting a little bit of momentum. 2 consecutive is the longest run they've had in terms of rounds won. So bravo to them, and we'll see what they can do off the rip here. That was beautiful. So picturesque.
Little pretty bounces there.
Indeed. What are you going to do if you are CLU? Let's see. Look, actually, what you're going to do probably is just stick true to what's been working for you. Play slow and steady. You do have Astra utility set up on the B, lockdown from the attacker side here, and that's probably a red flag. Divide goes down as well, and it's actually to block off CT, but Athex and team are pinned in sight. This is amazing. They just gotta wait it out. Tension goes in, gets Athex, and one is detained. Where is that one lonesome bear? I think they found him. There it is. Welcome home. 4v3 now. Stay hydrated. The advantage in their favor. This is their last round to take it home, but can they do it?
Right, we have seen these rounds swing, and as I say that, one goes down on the side of Stay Hydrated, but that's not after his trade goes onto CLU with Subtle taking Flight Risk out. Now it is a 2 versus 2, even on both sides. There still has to be more aggression played out, but it is now 1 versus 1. And if anyone can do it, Kazan can, but at the same time, if anyone can do it, so can Subtle. This is going to be a close one. This is for all the marbles on site now. Both members of each team. It is going to be a 1-bullet game, and that is it! Kazan takes out Subtle, cleaning out this last round and closing out this entire round for us here. That was beautifully played. Stay Hydrated moves on to the next round.
Bravo. I mean, let's just go ahead and talk about this entire series, some of the spicy replays. You can see this was the Athex play of the century. The last minute lineup, that was the clutch factor. The first snake bite goes out, and then the Hail Mary 1 HP one is going to come up at a moment here. And this was where I clenched 48 shades of blue. Look at this. Oh, Kazan, if only you shot at the wall. And that was it. the dub, but it wasn't enough. Heartbreaking, as Stay Hydrated are the ones to bring it home. So talking about this matchup, let's just say go ahead right off the rip. I mean, yeah, look at this spice over here, the long control. Stay Hydrated, fearless warriors. They had everything under control. There were some questionable moves made from CLU, like that push to the smoke, which I wasn't too fond of. But, you know, in the end, the early picks and the dominance on both defense and attack for Stay Hydrated was just really the level up. Look at this cheeky push, from Flight Risk going aggressive. In the end, the classic is what takes the frag, but nonetheless, it just goes to show you aggression reigns supreme, and Stay Hydrated did an amazing job of that.
Yes, absolutely. Stay Hydrated definitely just drowned out any chance that CLU could have had of winning that match. Just absolute dominance. I mean, look at the scoreboard. 4 out of the top 5 are from Stay Hydrated. Just absolutely dominating that game in terms of control, in terms of aggression. I mean, even their defensive side was aggressive. They just went in and played their game, and it went in their favor 100%.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the beauty of Pit of Valor. You're jousting it out in BO1s, and our grands are BO1s now too. So really, it's do or die. The gas is on, the pressure is on, and you know what? For POV number 69, 52 weeks consecutive and $100 on the line. It's getting pretty good so far. We have a lot more to go through the bracket as well. But before we send you guys off, I want to remind everybody, for our lovely Halo fans that are playing some Halo Infinite, don't forget we have tournaments coming up. Foreigner's Mantle number 2 is around the bend. Type ! Halo in chat. Please don't forget. Y'all know the gig. It's a free-to-play game. Hop on it. It's a lot of fun. A lot of good nostalgia and memories if you haven't already, and come play with us. We'd appreciate it. And, of course, Pit of Valor number 71 is going to be coming around the bend. It's a $1,052 prize pool for 52 weeks of Pit of Valor in a row. It's going to be sponsored by Librex Fulfillment, so that's amazing. A huge prize spot. Think about that for a second, if you guys have been here. Eric, Pit of Valor, $1,000 prize pot. Like, does anyone understand? We added a 0 to the prize pot for a Pit of Valor. Like, this is our Wednesday show, and it's gotten so damn good. And there's so many, there's just so much coming, so many more opportunities. So with that too, a reminder, of course, Eric, I hate to be taking the thunder from you, but I'm 28 shades of gassed up here tonight. Impure Esports, please guys, take time to thank them. Follow them on the socials, ! sponsor in chat. It would mean the world to them and us if you bring the love to the people that are bringing the love to the community week in and week out. And having absolutely blabbed to 48 shades of blue to the face, Eric, anything you want to talk about here before we go to the next game and, of course, a break before that?
Oh, sorry, you've said it all.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. I can't help it. I'm just keeping it real. Like,
you're fine.
It's there's more to come. You're not going anywhere for 2 more games. I'm here for 2 more as well. So we got a lot more to talk about here, viewers. So don't go too far. If you haven't already, I'm looking at the viewership. 52 viewers right now up there. I'm a little bit cheese. Get your whole family in on this because this is a big deal here tonight, guys. And it means the world to have our viewership with us. So don't go too far. Come back for more. Off to a quick break we go.
Welcome back, everybody. It is now the 4th round of the 69th Pit of Valor, hosted here by GLG. We have 10 members in the lobby between these two teams. A lot of numbers coming at you, but it is going to be another great matchup between Vanquish and Stay Hydrated. We are following Stay Hydrated for this round, and Vanquish looking to continue their reign more so, as they have won a few Pit of Valors in the past, 2 to their name so far. Stay Hydrated looking to move on to get all the way to grand finals and potentially win their first ever. Strive, I know you've seen these two teams before, or I'm assuming you've seen these two teams before. How do you think this is going to play out?
Honestly, I would like to see something a bit more spicy in the first half. I'm not going to say much here because Ascent's been one of those maps that is very much a toss-up. It can go either way right off the rip, and I know both these teams can play. Like, they came here to joust. So the question here now is, this is a Vanquish pick, so they picked Ascent in the end of it all. They're attacking, which is where I think Stay Hydrated was okay. They had no issues in the previous half, but they shined really well on defense more than anything. Their first half was really delicious. So it's going to be a show, to say the least. I'm looking forward to it. I think let's just go ahead and state what worked for Stay Hydrated right off the beginning. So aggression, right? On the defensive side, playing an active defense is critical. Being the bystander and just getting whacked on the head there like a mole is just not fun. Like, you want to be alive, looking fresh, looking frosty, and having presence in different parts of the map. And that keeps the attackers kind of at bay, because they can't just, stomp all over a site or expect to walk into an area of, uncontested. Seeing that Jet get aggressive is critical. We saw the double pushes towards that long A, which was amazing. B presence, of course, to Silva with the Odin on that main area. Again, amazing. Works super well. So these types of things are going to we're going to separate a, let's say, stale defensive team versus a more active and vibrant defensive team. So that's what I'm going to be watching for here for Stay Hydrated. Meanwhile, Vanquish, they're going to have to deliver some early hurt, man. If they start getting walked on, it's just, you saw it. Stay Hydrated just snowballs into oblivion. So that's kind of my take here as we hop into the good old Agent Select.
Right. I mean, already quick locks coming out for the side of Stay Hydrated. As we saw last round, they knew what they wanted to play immediately coming into this. And it is almost looking like the same idea here, except it was a quickly hovered Sage, but I don't think we'll see it. I think we're going to see the exact same thing coming out from the side of Stay Hydrated, except for, did they have the Killjoy last round?
There was a KJ, and
was it?
Tension was on your KJ in the last matchup.
Okay, so then it is the exact same.
Yeah, they're mirroring Yahoo on the Astra, flight risk on the Jet, so nothing has changed, and that's what we kind of talked about in the pregame of the last game too, Eric. It's like confidence and having a composition, and what lends, as an individual, what lends yourself or what agent lends to your playstyle is not a bad path to travel down, right? So, if it works for you, don't change the recipe. Agent. It's like grandma's famous shepherd's pie recipe. You don't mess with it. You keep it the way it is the past 50 years, and that's as simple as it gets. So that's my really garbage analogy. But I think Valorant is like food. Don't mess with it. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. So,
don't fix it. There you go.
So yeah, that's my vibe. As we get into this map, everything's locked and loaded, my friend. Let's see how this one pans out early on. I'm hoping for a bit more of a statement early on, like I said in our conversation on the desk.
Right. Yeah. No, I do want to see some aggression coming out for sure by both teams. I want to see an absolute banger of a game here, because these two teams are definitely teams that we are familiar with in terms of domination, in terms of aggression, in terms of good play, high quality play at that, great strategies, and I mean, overall high accuracy as well. So I'm excited. I definitely am excited.
I'm also excited for the fact that this is Pit of Valor number 69, my guy. $100 sponsored by Impure Esports. We're actually fighting it out, or have been fighting out in this event as well. So let's get to it. Let's rock and roll. And thus far, it looks like the attackers are setting up for what's looking like a bit of an early tile presence. Looking for a pick. Double up mid, though, from the side of Stay Hydrated. 3, actually. And they're getting aggressive. This is it, man. Active defense. Let's see what they got.
Oh boy, Flight Risk is going to take out that Owl Drone and pull back as quickly as he can as members are just pushing through these Astro Smokes.
Oh.
And now, 1-for-1 as Flight Risk takes out Nobu, Ripper taking out Kazan, Polkin taking out Tension as Danston takes out Yahoo. Oh my goodness, Polkin with 2 on it and a sharp dart from Clay to take out Danston, but Polkin takes 3 of his own and what an explosive first round.
That was incredible. I love the way that they continue to contest that middle, using the utility as well to kind of push out the defense and get them out of their little comfortable corners and make them have to be, be forced to swing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, actually, Kazan swinged, or actually whiffed his own utility and was forced to kind of walk out of it, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, something went a little bit sideways there, if I'm not mistaken, with that KO play. But nonetheless, Vanquish are looking superb here with the first round gone.
Right, I mean, first round, I'm sure is going to snowball into second round win. Potentially. We'll see. We'll see. But we are going to see a slow push back into middle from the side of Vanquish. It worked for them last round. Playing aggressive through this mid spot. Shots are going to come out. Ripper's not going to find anybody in that corner because there's nobody in that corner. But Polkin is going to find Yahoo somewhere on the map. Beautiful pick. And now we're going to see moves come out onto this B site here.
Ooh, the Tasmanian Tiger does a deed and a half. Ripper is the one on Kazan, and this is the Wrath of Polkan early on. You saw there going heavy with an opening pick. So at this point, Stay Hydrated is down to 2 members. Spike planted could be a flawless here, my friend.
That is very much so a possibility, especially on the side of Vanquish. You are correct. That flawless comes out as they lose no members. The lowest that they get is down to half, and that is for I'm sorry, not for Flight. That is for Ripper. And I mean, beautifully played on the second round. Obviously, there's a firepower advantage on the side of Vanquish, so it's a little bit of mismatch, but doesn't mean that, second round cannot go to the opposite team of whoever won the first.
Let's see here. Now, this is the gun round from the defensive side. Stay hydrated. Got to stay frosty here. No reason to kind of put your guard down. There's a lot of opportunity still. A big gun round, too, like I said. So let's see if they can work a pick, do their little cheeky plays. Again, it's Flight Risk back to his comfortable positioning towards tree room area. Just watching intently. Meanwhile, the attackers are in a complete different area code going towards this B side of the map, looking to split. Mid is completely open, and they're going to get full pizza control. Off to market they go, and the pinch could be here. It's just down to Sova and the lonesome AJ. The rotate's coming around now from the KO as well, hovering in CT, so they got a hunch as to what's coming.
Right, and Clay with that spraying takes out 2 already. Clay is just such a big factor at the beginning of these rounds for picks with that Odin spraying through the wall every time. But as I say that, Polkin gets 2 kills of his own on 2 members of Stay Hydrated. This is not what you want, especially in the idea of having that momentum swung back around. Now, a 3 versus 2 coming out from the side of Stay Hydrated. They are pushing through slowly, but this is not where they want to be right now. They're potentially in a fish in a barrel situation. As
Fish
I say
in a
that,
barrel.
1 drops.
Jeez. Oh.
Ooh! No way.
I mean,
No way.
dude, I don't know if that's on the replay on the Spice camera, but I wouldn't mind seeing how that one kind of unfolded again. Nonetheless, I mean, hold on a second here. Production going to work their wizardry magic. This is how we do it here. Okay. Next buy round, you guys will get this. I want to see how that kind of worked out there. Watch the minimap a bit more. But all things said and done, man, the round that we desperately needed from Stay Hydrated worked out great. The swing right into the crosshairs was just superb. And yeah, I'm kind of a... Oh, look at this. Nice here. Yeah, this was just great. I mean, yeah. Dude, that was just giga unfortunate. It's like the bullets just went everywhere except where they were supposed to go. So,
yeah, those bullets decided to outline them.
Yeah, kind of big Sag off the rip, but look at this triple play towards short area Ripper. You got to be careful. You're about to get looked at by 3, and he's down to 35. KO. Denying entry Datsun onto Kazan, and that is a critical pick as well. You know, Kazan's always on the board in these matchups, especially in the previous one that they just played. Oh! Flight Risk. Ejecto button has been denied. He ain't going anywhere, and he's dead.
Oh! Oh no, a spray through the smoke catches him out. And as I say, spray through the smoke, Yahoo does the same thing and takes out Ripper. My God.
Look at
Now
this.
on this. Yep, now onto this A-side. Spike is going to go down. And, I mean, Vanquish in a huge advantage right now. 4 versus 2. This is going to be a really hard retake for Stay Hydrated.
Yeah, not going to be the greatest situation. There's now Yahoo coming out from tree room area here. Tension out heaven. Great headshot onto Nobu. Polkan is the demon on that headshot as well. And coming out of heaven, Jiggle peeking. 3-piece combination. Loving that animation there on that post kill. And alas, Vanquish continue that wrath, pushing ahead 3-1. So this is going to push the defensive side right back to the good old save bucket. And try and recoup some funds in hopes of getting back into the next round. So nothing too major here. We're going to go ahead and trudge along as we always do here on Pit of Valors. And shake it off. Shake it off, Stay Hydrated. You have a lot more to go for you and a lot more rounds that you can potentially do.
Oh, for sure. But in these early rounds, it is going to be it's the complete opposite of what we saw last game of Stay Hydrated, where they were just dominating on defense entirely by playing aggressive defense. And now we're going to see it again here, where they are pushing up through garage as one drops. It is going to be a fair trade, though, 1 for 1. That is going to be a gun potentially in the hands of one of the members of Stay Hydrated, as Vanquish now rotate off. Pick off another one. That is huge, because that is always a top fragger on the side of Stay Hydrated. That is not who you want to lose early on in this round.
No, definitely not the play indeed, as yet again Vanquisher on site planting that spike. Dropping a couple stars as well to keep it spicy. Polkan now has given some shrouded coverage to the rest of the team towards tree. Rotates coming around. Remember, this is a light buy scenario from the defensive side of Stay Hydrated, so anything they can get is a plus. In terms of exit picks, ooh, Clay, you gotta be careful, my guy. You're about to get jousted. Pop flashed. He's caught with his pants down. Not how you want to do it on Pit of Valor number 69. No, sir. And on that note, right back to a 4v2 scenario. Stay hydrated. Make that 1. Yahoo, an exit pick would be great, my friend, but I don't think they're exiting towards you. They're looking to be united as a squad. And off they go towards short area here. And on that note, looks like Vanquish are on the board for their 4th.
And how beautiful. 4 rounds already taken by Vanquish. They're playing this so well, so methodically. And I mean, the side of Stay Hydrated, they're looking a little flustered now. But with guns in hands, we will see what they are able to do when the favors are more so not so stacked against them in terms of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so. You think that with guns comes rounds, and if you're... See, this is the thing, right? They saved, they bought. Now if you're Vanquish, you're like, all right, let's just catch these guys off guard. Like, let's just go and just slap them. So there is 4 ultimates available. We'll see how they play it out, but just when you think gun round's going to give you like a comfort, time where you're just kind of chilling, thinking all's good in the hood. Oh, look at this spam fest here. Clay and Axie just Odin festing each other. Blitzing. Wait, he actually had a lineup for the top box. Nice.
Right, I mean, that's going to come out to a draw. No one's really going to get any kills from that. Now, as you see, 2 members of Vanquish pushing through this mid side, cleaning off his blade before he pulls his gun out. Flight Risk is now coming through this mid as well. Shots are going to come through. Nothing going to be found. No damage is going to be done. But positional advantage, I still think, is for Stay Hydrated.
Watch closely here as the attackers Vanquish looking to collapse on this A site. Recon Dart goes in deep to ping, but that is not going to reveal anyone. Tree room, for the most part, is uncontested. They're going to go ahead, try and get onto site, but the good old Fragment does a bit of a pause tactic there, getting in. Getting full control of site and generator, but careful now. There is rotates plenty coming around the bend from CT and Heaven area now. Flight Risk is already on tree room. Door closes. 3/4 of a clip, and that's going to be gone. Attacker lockdown as well. Clay setting up 100 Fury, good for 1 onto Polkan, and that's a great pick as well to keep the numbers healthy for Stay Hydrated. 14 seconds, we have to get that spike down, but the lockdown is doing a darn good job of denying it. Jet dash in. Do they do it? I don't think so, man. They'd be better off saving at this point.
Yeah, just hold the guns that you have. I wouldn't risk anything. Losing a gun right here, right now, for Stay Hydrated would be devastating.
Yep. Okay.
There
Well, I
you
mean,
go.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the solution. Yeah. I mean, woo, wipe the sweat off your brow, Eric, because yeah, that was the right decision, not to get overzealous and really go for the yellow plant. I mean, the dash was available. You could try and, be cheeky and go full deep. But oh god, are you catching some of the shade that I'm throwing towards you with these one-liners, Eric? Like you gotta back me. You gotta give me some more love on these 69 Pit of Valor reference. I'm trying to keep it spicy, man.
I know, I'm enjoying it.
Like, let's keep it real, man. This is the sauce, my friend. Lighten up a little. Give me some of that juice.
The child in me is chuckling to himself. That's why
I just find it ironic that this team is actually called Stay Hydrated. Like, if there's one, if you want to be thirsty one week on a Wednesday, this is the week to be thirsty.
It's
Pit of Valor 69. Like, please, like, remember, folks, always stay thirsty. Excessive thirst may deliver unwanted results. So that's up to you how you want to maneuver that situation. But now, talking about unwanted results, it looks like the attackers are looking to do just as they wish. Cosmic Divide towards that heaven area. Gravity well as well. Kazan pop flash through the gravity, or the wall, sorry. Coming out, double swing, but they're pinched in an aisle. Kazan now is jousting behind, looking to at least stop some sort of aggression with the 0 point, but he falls quickly for the wrath of a Vanquish. Big recon coming in from a different area code. And doesn't ping anyone at all. Heaven under lock. Clay, the spam maestro there with the Odan. Oh, hell no, not today, my guy. That's right back to a 3v2. Vanquish on site. Clay beaming. Ripper generator for the one on flight risk 2v1 scenario. Has a turret. Has to destroy that. Shock dart. Close. Proximity. Tension is the man from above. The Vandal Demon to get Ripper. And with that, they hop right on that defuse. Stay hydrated. Great job on the retake. Bring it up to a solid third round.
This seems like it's going to be a very, very close round, or a very close game between these two, taking basically round for round off of each other, not really giving too much of an advantage to either side. Both of them fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they do not go home early.
You don't want to go home early, Eric. Especially on Pit of Valor 69. Everything I say, I'm just going to say, especially on Pit of Valor 69. Nice. But that's the thing. But BTW, yeah, just guys, for those that are in chat, just embrace it, appreciate it. Someone drops the 2 numbers, just drop a nice in chat. It means the world to us. It just keeps things real and gives us a giggle or two here. But meanwhile, definitely I can tell you, Vanquish not having a giggle after getting a quick 2 dome. So that's Stay Hydrated doing that tried and tested push a recipe, but Dadston coming out of tree room is on. Pop flash, 18 hit points, going for a swing, and nothing major coming off the flash drive. But meanwhile, Ripper, Blade Storm active, deny Nobu, sharpshooting with the 1. And yeah, hello, it's right back to a 3v2. Seeker's going out as well. Eric Yahoo on tree room. Dadston knows or his presence. Does he get it though is the question. It's just a fiesta of utility getting used every which way. Oh! That's a good nano swarm to pick up Yahoo on the rotate. Right back to a 2v2, man.
Oh wait, that recon bolt just spotted out both members of Vanquish. They know that they're going to be on A, and more so, Kazan is here, ready for the rotation. Oh my gosh, they're pulling back through middle? Stop. Are they about to pull the long game and go back? Wait a minute. 25 seconds left. Guys, I don't think there's enough time. I think you gotta stop walking. I think it's time to start running. 15 seconds left.
They heard your prayers.
It's time to big stomp. What are we doing?
Kazan here's like, hey, come on in. Oh no.
Oh no, is right. The door closes. Not gonna be enough. Oh wait, it might be.
Spike down.
Oh, Nobu.
Time?
Nobu. Oh, Clay with the shock dart, taking out the last member of Vanquish, tying up this whole entire game. Oh Lord, this is definitely a great quarterfinals.
I mean, hot damn, my friend. That's some style points there. Clay sent that. He's like, yeah, I got this. Just he admired his shock dart through the wall. Great connection. And it's good for the 4-4 equalizer. So great rally. Stay hydrated. Big gun round here too now. As the side of Vanquish is bought very deep into their economy pool. See what they got. Look at the flurry of utility on this map, though it be. Like, entry on there, if the KHA plays this correctly, is going to be a major problem. So I'm just patiently waiting for the one time they go B and get absolutely devoured if it's played correctly. But nonetheless, looks like Vanquish going back to the good old middle control. I like it. I'm a fan of this. If you're going to go mid, Yeah, do it early off the rip, get the turret out of the way, and then kind of maneuver your situation a bit better as the time progresses. But minute 14, no casualties or really hit points taken off anyone at this point.
Right, and I think at this point, you know, Vanquish knows not to go through that garage area. That's going to be hell on earth for them. That is not going to be fun. That is going to be trial and tribulation that they do not want to go through for sure. And I mean, it has to come from, you know, having a Killjoy of their own that knows where those setups would be.
Drone going out there from Clay, clearing the close. Hello, bonjour. He's going to get pushed though. Big shock dart, doesn't do much of anything now. He's getting severely pinched on, to say the least now. And off they go, pinching, can't contest. That's Polkan for the one. Nobu or the follow-up towards CT onto Tension. And we're right back to a 4v3 scenario. And Pop Flash, Kazan getting aggressive early. He is in ultimate form. That's Null Command now. Does he get a res and a hug? Don't look like it, man. Poor old guy is just hemorrhaging. He is down. Nobu with the 3-piece. Yahoo avenges death of KO, but not enough time, man, and 3 members to work with. We'll see what he can do. The divide is active. Gets swung on out of garage, and that's a great pick from Polkan there with the Bulldog. So the deep buy worked out great. Vanquish now are right back at it, 5-4.
Right, and Vanquish doing what they need to make sure that they get that round back so that this does not continue. And the idea of a snowball for Stay Hydrated, they had to stop the bleeding because realistically, Stay Hydrated with those 3 rounds in a row looked a little scary with how they were coming back into it.
This is it. I mean, look now how the tides have changed. The defensive side right back to the good old drawing board in terms of funds. They're going to be saving whatever they can, and you heard it. Big dash, flight risk, galactical dash in. Oh, Nobu supports him, not letting flight risk get anything with the Blade Storm. More to come out, and that's just denial. Nobu, hello! With a 3-piece, a 4-piece.
Nobu!
Is he gonna get that ace?
Give him the ace.
AJ's nowhere to be found though, but I'm sure he's yearning for it here.
Give him the ace.
Alt. Nobu, just do it. I know you want to do it. Just do it for the ace. That's all I ask of you.
Do it for the 6 and the 9.
Nice.
Placing swarm grenade.
Tension.
Come on. Oh no, the shorty in a dream. This is going to turn into a nightmare very, very quick. As, yep. Nobu is holding the only angle that really matters right now in terms of grabbing this last member of Stay Hydrated. I'm waiting for him to go for him. Tension, there's definitely that in this game. You can feel it.
Tension just having a dandy old time, looking for some shorty opportunities.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Ooh, this is good actually. Good positioning. But oh wait, what kind of 9th sense? Vanquish is like, nah, I'm not interested in short, man. I'm just gonna run this way. They go the complete opposite direction. Tension
Go get him, Tension!
is chasing.
Go get him! Oh.
I'm okay with the death. I'm glad that he died though. Don't want to take a shorty away. No point in you know, not getting the bonus funds. And with that, Vanquish now 6-4. This is it. Right back to it. And you know what, man? I think the prayers were heard and loud and clear, to say the least, as we're getting a great matchup here. You know, that's one comment I'll make off the rip. It's just been a great back and forth series so far.
Right, and this is now the only time that we're going to see 2 rounds come back up, more so in terms of a lead for this side of Vanquish. And I mean, the only 2 rounds that they really had up on them were the first 2 rounds, and that was Pistol in the following. Now, we're going to see the lineup through Garage, and now we might potentially see this KJ Hell Trap come out from the side of Stay Hydrated. We will see, though.
Shock Dart goes in a little bit too far behind. A lockdown. You got it, Eric. They heard you. Locking down that B. Vulcan holding the divide. One more time. There it is. That time. Stars going down. Here they go. Ripper back to the good old tried and tested Surf. And going right above the Seekers. Catch Clay. Meanwhile, jousting in sight. Datsun supports Axie with the Odin. And we're right back to a 4v2 Yahoo waiting patiently for that wall to drop. Does he clear below it? Logs. No, Axie is the man of the hour for the one. Coming out as Tension. But you can't do much when Datsun is staring you straight at your forehead. What a great pick to close it off. So you hear the announcer loud and clear, my friend. the scoreline now right to that 7-4. Let's see if we got the 5th for Stay Hydrated before we swap it out.
And this is going to be it for this first half. I mean, if you're Stay Hydrated, you want this round to make sure that you don't go into this 8-4. And as Vanquish, you're going to push hard. You're going to dig deep for this one for sure. I mean, Stay Hydrated at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to firepower, but not to count them out by any means.
No, we don't like to do much of counting out.
Oh my.
Unless it's rounds going towards one of these two teams. Ripper, Nobu, two-piece. Nobu is an actual demon on the board. The last round with the 4K, this one with a quick two-piece combination. And Vanquish now is in the driver's seat of this 4v2 scenario. Door closing. Spike about to be planted. And two-man retake from Stay Hydrated. They've done this before. Clay beaming with the Ares. Hunter's Fury now is out as well from Clay. Counter Hunter's Fury out. Do they tag each other though? Maybe. Oh, tension. Oh, tension. You got to commit to it. It's got to be now or never. Pushing. Gets the one. More from Generator. No, Polkan gets it, and Clay is getting beamed down, and it is Polkan on the board for the final frag to get to that 8th.
And I mean, beautifully played, of course, on the side of Vanquish. Now, switching to a defensive side, we're going to see how they hold up now. Stay Hydrated, we saw as they only took a certain amount of rounds on defense, but then straight up pummeled on offense last game. So we'll see how it goes here. I mean, let's be real, they dominated on both sides, but they were a lot more dominating on attackers' side.
Go ahead.
The best way to put it.
No. Give me more here. I got to get more from you here. What are you trying to get at here?
I'm saying that Stay Hydrated could very easily, if from what we saw last game, swing this in their favor for sure from pistol round on if they were to take this round right now. But Ripper pushing through. Hello, aggression coming out of Vanquish right now as they bust through this door. No closed doors in this house. You don't pay the bills.
Yeah, I was going to make another comment, but I'm going to reserve it. Going in for the plant now as well is Clay. Shock Dart, 13 hit points. Do we have a second one to come? No, but good amount of damage. As with a Stay Hydrated gang well positioned on the post. Kazan for the one, coming out. Polkan committing to the retake. Gets tension. A lot of activity towards wine and long area. They're going to have to go. Polkan knows there's one to the left, one to the right. Flight risk is good. Now they're sieging, contesting. Deep flash goes in there. The guiding light and the guiding clap from Dadston onto Yahoo. And that's it. They hop on that defuse. 9th round to their name. Retake is crisp and clean. And they're just one more round away from earning double digits as well, Eric.
I mean, listen, man. It was a long shot. I don't want to say it was a long shot, but it was a long shot. Oh Lord. But I mean, can we expect anything less from Vanquish? They have been showing absolute dominance in the first half. Why would they not in the second? Coming into this right out of the gate. Now 9-4. I mean, it's almost guaranteed this next round, and then we'll see what happens after that. But this is potentially going up to a 10-4, and that's a big old confirmation potentially coming out of here. Get it, 10-4 confirmation. I hate myself. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm going home.
That was a good one, man. I didn't say anything because I was actually like, wow, damn, that's actually really smart. And it, you know, I'm gonna smart. I mean, that's definitely one way to play that. Spam right underneath it. Capitalizing on what is in front of you. And that's wow. Okay, 3 picks off the rip. Minute 15 on the clock.
Oh
Vanquish
my.
looking so good. They got a lit KJ as well. And oh boy, when you got a Jet who dashes behind you, what are you gonna do? You can't snap your mouse. You got another guy right beside. Tension. He's like, yeah, you know what, guy, just take the sheriff. I don't even want it, dude. It's all good in the hood. What if I just tossed it? He's like, nope, not today.
Yeah,
sorry.
No.
We'll try again tomorrow. No, but today in this round, no, not interested.
Yes,
So,
Superman is no here. Sorry.
yeah, no, please leave a voicemail. But 10-4 is the scoreline now, Eric, and 6-round gap as well. This is it, the pull away potential, but we do have the much awaited and anticipated gun round in front of us. So let's see what these guys in the attack can do with some bigger weapons to their name.
Right, this is going to be the round that we see potentially going in favor of Stay Hydrated. As the spray comes through, it's almost as if they expected on the side of Vanquish. They knew what was going to happen. They knew what he likes to do. They said, you know what, we're just going to wait a little. We're going to take some pot shots out in mid, do some damage to Flight Risk, which is not what you want, honestly. Flight Risk, another big value player on the side of Stay Hydrated. But we'll see. We'll see. Because now more shots are coming through. Pushing through smoke, Polkin in a very interesting position here now.
Flight Risk, pop flash mid, nice connection, but they still go back and forth. My goodness, Nobu with the Spectre beaming his way to victory. With that note, right back to 3v2, might have actually recovered some bigger weapons as well here. Stay hydrated. What are they going to do with just 2 members and 50 on the clock?
Well, hopefully win. I mean, if you're on the side of Stay Hydrated, that's the answer to that question. But if you're on the side of Vanquish, hopefully choke is definitely going to be your answer. But I mean, realistically, you might not have to worry about having them choke. You might just have to just play your game as Vanquish and, you know, do a little bit better. That's it. Because they have been doing exactly that as these games come through. But Tension says, I'm going to do better, takes out Nobu, and that is exactly who you want to take out early in this, early towards the end of this round. Is that where he wanted that?
I don't know.
That's where he wanted that.
A bit of a self nano swarm.
Seconds left.
Yeah. That we're gonna say that's what he wanted. As 2 members storming. One-on-one coming out. It's gonna be a KJ versus KJ situation. Dadson walking to the left and taking Tension out. That is it. Picks up a nice Vandal for himself. Switches it out for the Odin. Pops his turret up to cover him from, I'm guessing, seagulls? I don't know, man. What are you dropping that for? Just to fuse the spike.
You're not fighting games here. Come on. Get on the defuse, and he does. So
Yeah.
they're the first to hit the 11 there, Eric, and this is it, man. Vanquish, like you said before, just showing up marvelously, have been dominating their way through, and this is where I'm loving their playstyle, right? They're slow, steady, methodical. They work together on the retake. They work together on the aggressive pushes, and they're just, as a team, united. They're swinging as a squad, and it's like Stay Hydrated after their big rally in the previous matchup are definitely getting a taste of their own medicine, and they seem a little bit more timid than I'm used to witnessing, at least coming off that last map. But moving ahead, see what they got here. A lot of presence towards A off the rip, and the Astra utility goes down and gets picked up just as quick. Voice notes, or the sound notes have definitely made it loud and clear that they're looking to stomp on this A site, dashing in, so you can see just how decisive Vanquish is. They're like, all right, cool, you want to come in? No problem. We'll play the retake game. No reason for us to die for any kind of response.
Oh! He doesn't get the spike down. He doesn't get the spike down.
Right here. Spike plant.
Not at this time, though. Defender lockdown as well, Eric. So gonna keep Stay Hydrated away, force him into the cubby of doom. Nice job, Vanquish. That's so good now. Flight Risk with the Seekers on top. He's just completely caught off guard. Oh no, that's not fun.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Man.
That's not nice.
That's such a great combination. Love it how they went with the lockdown. They seasoned it with a dash of Seekers, and like, you know what? Let's throw a bit of a Tasmanian Tiger to really put the cherry on top. So yeah, all things said and done, man. 12-4 your score line. Great series of ultimates from the side of Vanquish has earned them that match point round as well.
Right now, Stay Hydrated is not taking a round off of this second half. It has been all Vanquish, all domination, all the way through, all day. But I mean, if anything we know about me and casting is that if I say something, usually the opposite potentially happens the second after. As I say, that second grabs Polkin. Potentially a second, doesn't grab the second. It was very close though. And now 4v5 in favor of Stay Hydrated. This could easily be a round in their favor to keep themselves in this game.
Let's see how good your crystal ball is today, Eric.
I haven't put any Windex on it in a little bit, so it's a little hazy.
And as you say that, yeah, I definitely think you might want to whip the Windex out in a fresh microfiber to clean that sucker off, because pick responds right back to a 4v4. Flight Risk looking for a bit of a pick. Jousting, flying, down and up. Classic! No, sir, it's Ripper on the board, and after a back and forth flurry of picks here, we're right back to a 3v3. Null command active now for Kazan, and the With the big rotate coming out of CT, the retake, what Vanquish excels so well at is here, but they do have a very low HP Ripper to have to manage.
And now we're going to see the retake come through. Tension hopping up now into heaven. He's going to see Axie pop this. Oh no, they don't know he's there. The shot's going to come out. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, it's a spray battle and Tension wins it against Axie. Oh my goodness. That is not what you want. As now you're going to see Dadston run through. He's going to get one. Can he get two? He has a lot to go through right now, and they're going to figure out where he is more so by his shots coming out. Not going to be able to find anyone with these shots, and Yahoo taking out Dadston. As I said, the crystal ball is right. Stay hydrated, stay in the game. Simple as that. 5-12. Still match point though for Vanquish, and they are very much so not really affected by this this loss. It's just, you know, a brush the door off your shoulder, buy your other guns, and you're gonna see Tension here holding this spot. They had no idea he was here. Ripper goes down, and then the spray battle through the smoke to potentially find another. Tension grabs his second, and that basically closes out the round for Stay Hydrated.
And let's go one more time and hopefully get a chance at closure, says Vanquish. They are the defenders though, and I'm liking their playstyle. They've been very diligent. Wait a minute, did that actually wallbang catch flight risk? But Polkan gets it, Tension responds. Woo! Tension's awake, feeling good after that one. Hunter's Fury now. Axie looking for something. A little something sweet. Is they're on site again? Do we get the marvelous flying shock darts of doom? Not this time, so Spike gets planted uncontested, Eric.
Yeah, but it's okay because now we have a retake that we're gonna see coming in from Vanquish, and I mean, I don't know, man. I think that okay, never mind. Axie again through the floor, taking out Kazan, and now we're going to see a potential rush come out here as this drone goes down, and Ripper gets taken out by Yahoo. But you're going to see Axie take out Clay.
What?
Take out Yahoo. There's one more. All they have to. Oh no! No Tension. A 4-piece on it and clutches it out. Now 6-12. This could be problematic.
Yeah, problematic is a great way to kind of put this all together now. Look at the current scenario and what's unfolded. You have a defensive side Vanquish, 12 rounds, one away to close. They're on a bit of a, rough buy to say the least. The money ain't looking the sharpest in the shed. And on the opposing end of the spectrum, Stay Hydrated, looking great with guns, but this is where things can get a bit tricky, right? You get confident, you start walking into crosshairs, and all of a sudden you go flat on your face. You know for a fact Polkan and Nobu know how to frag out on light buy, so you got to be conscious. But being on the defensive side, I want to see a bit more of a slower round from Stay Hydrated, a methodical, buddy system, work a pick or two, and then, chill out. Let them. Oh yes, Kazan, amazing, great pick, lockdown on top, and that's what you call value. With that, they should be good to get on site. Clay admiring the mediocre shock darts at best, sending out his owl drone. Tags one. Nobu gets it, and despite the light buy, we're back to a 4v4. Oh no, poor Dadston detained and denied any more opportunity to play in this round. But Kazan says, yes, sir, I'm here for it.
I mean, there's not much that Vanquish could do now in a 2 versus 4 situation. They just are entirely split from each other. So there's no possibility at, grabbing trades unless they're going to use the crossfire to get these trades out. No, it is not going to work. Tension and flight risk are going to swing both remaining members of Vanquish and take them out to now push this to a 7-12 game.
Time to hop into the good old Kazan opening pick backpack. I've seen it time in and time out. He does a great job with those, early contests and tends to come out on top, not doing the sharpest on the board, but nonetheless, his value and contribution in the previous round was heard loud and clear. Tension and Co. looking pretty good as well. We're waking up slowly. I think Stay Hydrated has smelled the roses, to say the least, and we'll see what they can do. 5 rounds to close, 2 ultimates as well available. The Cosmic Divide and that Hunter's Fury, both very strong bits of utility. And we'll see Clay just waiting out the gravity well to send out his owl drone, but I like how they also switched it up, put that KJ towards this A site now. Ooh.
Yeah, oh, that's a huge pick onto one of the best, the most performing members of Vanquish that's come out so far. But now we're going to see a push through by Ripper with this op. Oh, Lord.
Ooh, flight risk goes in.
That's not what you want right now.
Real Polkan generator. Polkan and generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it?
Oh!
He does. With more. Polkan. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Polkan. Amazing job.
Oh my.
Wow.
What? And the double question mark in all chat from Nobu to let him know what was that. Here is a few replays though from the beginning of this game all the way to the end. We'll see them come out. You're going to see Ripper trading in this one. Yahoo as well getting 1 kill back, but Nobu eventually closing out that round with 2 kills of his own. And this is the replay that we saw to kind of start swinging things in favor of Stay Hydrated. Tension grabbing those 2 kills. Here you go as well. This is the last, I'm pretty sure, no, not last round, I lied. This is one of the last rounds more so. After Dadston drops down Tension, clutching out Tension did as much as he could this game, but it all came down to this play right here, this ace by Polkan to close out the game entirely, sending Vanquish into the semifinals, and now sending Stay Hydrated home. Sadly, they will head out, and their dreams of taking one of the crowns from this PLV is going to be crushed, but Vanquish is going to give, I'm sure, a hell of a next round in terms of gameplay to whoever is their opponent.
Oh, absolutely, dude. It's a great way to set tempo, and that's the beauty of Ascent. When things went the other way, good amount of pushback from Stay Hydrated. Don't get me wrong. They had a great statement, but it just felt like they kind of lost steam. It looks like they picked up momentum a bit too late, and then they just couldn't sustain that push. And that's what I said. Like, when you don't have rounds to work with, what are you going to do? I will say, though, that Polkan play was just like mucho bueno. I mean, like, so beautiful in sight. Everything about that, the way that he was posted up, was just so well done and executed. And when he came around and was sitting at Jenner, I'm like, this isn't over. Like, this is Polkan. Just take a second here and know for a fact that he's not going to give that sight up. And you know what? You look at it, Vanquish had typically been, I guess, decisive on playing the retake style, right? Where they kind of just backed away from sight and worked together. For Polkan to stand ground and not give up, like, that's in itself a great change. And maybe they weren't expecting it. So nonetheless, the ace to close it off. Amazing job. Vanquish, like you said, are going to give the next team they play a definite run for their money.
For sure. And I'm excited. Potentially we might see them in the grand finals, or someone might take them out. Who knows? Who knows? But I mean, we're not going to find out just yet. We do have to take a small break, but we'll be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere, you guys.
All right, people, we are back, ready to go, and back at it. It was a bit of a longer break, but we got to let the bracket catch up and do its thing. The beast breathes, and she's alive, so the nature of the game. But alas, we're settled in. Eric is back with me. We're going to take you through this next matchup. Going to be Nightblood Gaming going up against LFT Val, NBG on the defense, LFT on the attack, and shocker, shocker, you guys can see the cheat sheet down below. We're going to the good old Ascent one more time.
Yeah, man, I mean, I know you were saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know if you were talking about the same map selection 3 rounds in a row for us, but hey, man, we'll take it. We've got beachside, beachfront property, our vacation home here on Ascent, because I mean, we love it so much, right? We come back to it as many times as we do. Oh Lord, but I mean, realistically, I'm ready for another round of good Valorant play. I don't know either of these two teams. These are two brand new names to me, so I'm excited to see what comes out of them.
I can tell you, NBG, Eric has definitely been around the block for a hot minute or two here at GLG. Okay. They know their way around, so spicy team to say the least, and of course, having made it this far in the bracket, I think that does speak some volumes to what we can expect. LFT Val, of course, looking great. They're on a fantastic run here, jousting it out. We're just one away from the grand, so looking at semis now, this is it, man. Really setting us up for the grand stage finale on Pit of Valor number 69, brought to you by Impure Esports. Guys, if you haven't already, take this time during the desk, do yourself a solid exclamation mark sponsor to learn about the lovely Impure folks, and exclamation mark giveaway. We're giving away an awesome keyboard, so not difficult to enter. And you're already watching the stream. It takes you all of 2.2 seconds to type it. Do it. Do yourself a favor. Get involved. And yeah, appreciate the goodness that our sponsors bring, coupled with the $100 prize pot. So ain't nobody complaining here. But as we hop into the agent selection, if anything has told us so far the flavor of the day on Ascent, I can tell you Jet's been pretty spicy. KJ's been pretty spicy. We've seen a fair amount of Astra. We've seen a very good showing on the KO as well. So looks like all of that has pretty much solidified. Of course, you can't forget your favorite Hanzo Sova himself.
Of course. I mean, come on. We've seen, we've seen Hanzo. Oh my gosh. We've seen Sova almost on every team that we've seen play Ascent so far. If not everything we've seen play Ascent so far this time around for this Pit of Valor. But, I mean, realistically, is there any any other real agent that's more so at home here on Ascent other than, Sova himself?
I mean, yeah, pretty. Sova's, I think, become a staple. I mean, like in those matchups where we've hosted previous games where teams will ban for each other, team A bans for B, B bans for A, and Sova goes out of the picture, it's a complete roller coaster. Teams like, wait a second, what do I do now, right? And Ascent and Sova are, like the number 6 and 9 together. They can't be separated. They only go one way. 96 is not a thing. So on the real, though, looking at the situation, yeah, this is a great matchup. I'm looking forward to it, and the team comp as well is looking mighty spicy. Let's see what we can get into on round number 1, and having 2 new teams to cast for us here on these semis is going to be a nice change of pace. I'm looking to see a bit of a different evolution of these 2 teams in these early strats.
For sure. I mean, of course, I'm hoping that we just see a very explosive game right out of the start, all the way through. I don't want to see I don't want to see strategy here. I want to see mind-numbing and absolute he-who-brained running at each other, press W and shoot game all around.
Hope so. That's definitely the flavor of the day there, as Stig is going to be smoking out that recon dart, keeping himself in his comfortable position towards middle. Now, jousting away Nautic, following the owl drone right on through. They're going to contest. Meanwhile, they have found good footing here. Zyklon gets pinged out by that owl drone and is forced to fall away, and that allows the attacker side to get onto site. LFT Val have situated themselves on the B site, as you'd say. Doors are open. Come on right through. Roompa, though, with a great pick onto Oxy. Jousting away. Gravity Well, keeping them busy. Charisma and Co. towards B main now. Jousting, Rez, collapsing. Charisma gets the one, but not before getting traded up by Rez himself. And it's right back to a 3v2. Nautic, pin, low HP. McNutty, 333. Absolutely bananas as Roompa is watching intently from sidewalk onto Call Me Mar. And in a quick flurry of picks, Lefty Val get picked off on that retake, or rather on the post plant. I apologize, and get retook nicely by the side of NBG with 3 bodies to spare. So off we go into round number 2. And you can very well expect that to be a spicy gun round as well, or a buy round, not necessarily full buy.
Wait, is LFT serious here? Are they
the count? Good sir, it is the counter buy.
Wait. Wait, no, wait, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, you are, dude. This is the big cojones semifinals round 2 play. Right? I'm about this, man, but this has giga repercussions.
Oh yeah,
if you don't play it correctly. So gotta be smart, and I really hope they don't get bamboozled here on this buy. Let's see what they can do. It looks like they're committing heavily to B main off the rip.
Oh boy, and already on site is Oxy. In this smoke is going to find one on Resi, but on the other side, Roomba has already taken out 2. Not gonna trade back 1, but I'm sorry, Oxy gonna trade another 2. This is already a 1 versus 3 scenario. Stig is all alone in this, and oh my god, LFT actually have it work for them on this forced buy on the second round here.
Nice bit of dink damage there. Stig now pinged out, coming. Oh, gets the one onto Charisma, but that's not a good response. I am going to go ahead and say amazing job there from Oxy. I love that dash towards the button, that cloud burst to cover it, tapping it, gets some footing, and follows it up with multiple pushes onto site. Here's the spam, the reload from Nautic, and then collapsing right onto that B. So with that, it's a great response to the round 2 buy. You know what? Do it again, Eric. Wipe that sweat off your brow, because that kind of got absolutely sideways. And now, guess what? They're in the driving seat, full armor as well. They're going to go ahead and fill the gaps, the last round being half. No harm done there, as they do have the funds to back it. Let's see if they can get round number 3 in their back pocket.
For sure. I mean, it is going to be an interesting round coming out now. I mean, Nightblood, I'm sure, has the accuracy for the headshots here with all these sheriffs on their side, but on the side of LFT, it is just firepower and absolute armor, in their favor. So it is going to be a rough one potentially for Nightblood here.
It is, but talking about change of pace, yeah, put the foot on the brake a little bit are the attackers now. Looking to kind of poke around towards a bit of a B action towards main here. They is a lonesome Roompa with the sheriff. He gets clapped, and yeah, they're like, wait a minute, guys, is that everything? Can we go? Yeah, we're gonna go, and they're gonna collapse right onto the site, and with the support of the fragment towards market area, gonna keep him busy for the time being, and they're gonna go ahead and come through. Zyklon tapping with the classic, can't make anything happen. Nautic and Charisma are good for 2, and it's right back down to the good old 5v1 scenario. McNutty might be clapped and dead as Ricky comes around the bend there with the free fire.
And just like that, another round going in favor of LFT. But coming into this 4th, we're going to see a little bit better of a buy phase as, big guns come out now on the side of Nightblood Gaming, rather than this mismatched buy of some Spectres and a Bulldog, and then the other round of, obviously pistol round, and then last round where they were just Sheriff Classics, praying to get some picks and guns in hand off the ground of the dead bodies that they would create. But it just doesn't happen like that. Honestly, I understand. It happens. I mean, I feel for them, but now advantage in firepower is definitely in Nightblood Gaming's hands.
Say so, and with the B presence, looks like these attackers are definitely loving this B site, to say the least. They have no fear of going aggressive. They're going to try one more time. Roompa in a bad position there in sidewalk. No wiggle room to the left or to the right as Oxy comes around one more time. Loving that stairs push. Here up back site, and no one else is here to get a slap in the face, minus Zyklon, who's come around and connected from B main. Does have support of 2 members, and that's a pickle because being so congested in that one area of the map, oh boy, and the attacker lockdown, guess what? You're not getting on site anytime soon. If you want to do it, it's got to be now. It's ticking 5 seconds here, Eric. Not a lot of time to move.
Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare for the side of Nightblood, and just like that, another round goes right over to LFT. This is huge for them already early in this game. Very well played by them, and that was an even round in terms of firepower and defenses for both teams. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, Giga, all things said and done, this is where LFT now are looking superbly on point. With that, too, they're looking great on the buy as well. They're going to keep a majority of their weaponry from the previous round. Oxy looking mint with the 6-1. Fearlessly can contest 7450, a full buy. Will have enough to buy an op next, and does have the Bladestorm. So 3 sequential rounds of weaponry is pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered here. As we're looking for, this time, more of an A presence from the attackers. But, ooh, big damage there on to Charisma as well.
And I mean, it's going to be a slower push through this garage for 2 members of Nightblood. But on the other side, you do have 2 getting taken out on the side of LFT. And now you're going to see another fall, but on the side of Nightblood this time. Now a 3v2 in favor of Nightblood Gaming, we're going to see a potential plant here. Yes, the spike is going to come down as the Owl Drone comes around the corner of this centerpiece. Rez peeking, getting a little bit of damage taken onto him, but for a little damage traded onto Nautic. And now Nautic holding this backside is going to grab one, doesn't grab the second. Rez takes out Nautic, and now a 2 versus 1 in favor of Nightblood.
So is it MBG? What do you got to do in this 2v1? Tapping, charisma, utility. Oh, but he's stuck behind the door. That's a bamboozle. He's gonna stick. Well, wait.
He's not.
Maybe. It's halved. He's in a tight position. Picks up a star. Swings.
Oh my.
Putting a jiggle, a fake, a wiggle. Cyclone not in the mood to get bamboozled. Not today, folks. And that's a thrifty clutch to pick up number 2 for NBG. Amazing patience, and I was clenched. I ain't gonna lie. I thought LFT there on that post plant almost had it in the tank coming off that pick there towards the end.
Yeah, it looked really good for them, but I mean, it just fell a little bit. Wait, for NBG or for LFT? Did I mishear you? I think I just misheard you.
No, what do you mean you misheard me? Wait a minute, you misheard me. Wait, I misheard myself. Wait, no. Eric, you're bamboozling me. You gotta tell me.
I'm sorry. I'm confused, everyone. It's my fault. We're moving into the 6th round.
Nothing happened. We're good. We're progressing. Score's looking tight. And with that, yet again, the fragment to keep them busy at that A area, or along A, not allowing entry. Astro Utility, Oxy. Having a bit of a, existential crisis, trying to figure out what's happening in sight as Ricky gets the 1 and the 2. And Oxy now, careful, Stink is there with the op. Oh, he might get his head clean removed here as Rez gets a nice cheeky pick with the nano swarms, and Charisma has support for the long pick as well. Stig missteps here. We could be in for a world of pain though if he gets too greedy and walks out, but he's not doing much of that. Oh, Nautic. Oh, Nautic. That is just so naughty. Rez. Oh my goodness. Oxy's feeling it today. I'll say that much.
Oh yeah, Oxy's making some huge plays right now for the side of LFT. I mean, you gotta have somebody step up. You have to have some sort of lead when you have teams like this that are so far into these, into these tournaments. And I mean, it's one of those things where you see stars, kind of get born on teams like this, and Oxy is just one of those that is coming out huge right now.
Indeed, and again, keep in mind that Bladestorm is still alive as can be, and they have 4 ultimates. Look at the Christmas tree, minus Nautic, everyone is ready to go. Let's see what these defenders are going to do off the rip. 5 ults to use. That's the first of it. Null Command active. You do have the Bladestorm for the side of MBG as well. Fragment goes in towards Market, dashing in for the same old button strat to close that off. Oxy does have good footing on site, and no one else is here, so yet again, doors wide open on B, and at this point, LFT are just really abusing that site quite well. Ricky gonna pass off the good old Spikeroni and play the post. Let's see what they can do. Rez now coming out, gets a great connection onto Ricky. That's a good way to equalize.
Right, I mean, members falling left and right on both teams. Only one, though, on the side of LFC as Oxy grabs a 4-piece, making this a 5-2 game so far. Breezing through these rounds.
Minus the map being breeze, yeah, you're right. They're looking pretty good and strong. Oh yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and appreciate the first time out of the night for you and I. Nothing wrong with that. MBG gonna call it. McNutty's like, boys, calm down. Let's not get too overconfident or lose our footing or do anything stupid like that. This is defense. We're losing our ground, right? The landslide is occurring. We got to recalibrate, regroup, and figure out what the strat is. Let's talk about it for a second. NBG right now are just getting exposed. Like, I don't know what their play tactic is on B, but I don't think giving it up is working and playing retake, all things said and done. They may have to shift some utility around, but that's in a way a problem of its own. Perhaps the KJ Astra would work better towards that side of the map and just hold steady with a whole whackload of utility, at least to keep them busy for a little while. And then worry about A when they kind of, fall to their feet. That's about moving your, I guess, kit agents, I'd like to call them, or your controllers a bit more fluidly between the two sides to kind of keep that defense side, or rather the attack side, a bit more calm and at bay, because they can't just keep exploiting B like this. It's going to be an absolute bamboozle if it keeps happening.
Right, I mean, only 5 seconds left to really talk it out between the teammates here on the side of Nightblood. But another 15, luckily, to continue progressing through the ideas of strats. We're going to see even gun armor on all sides, except for 2 on the side of NBG. But it's all going to come down realistically to strategy accuracy, timing. Armor only does so much if you're not paying attention.
Strategy, accuracy, and timing. So basically the entire game of Valorant. Very good, Eric.
Crazy, huh? You say general things, you be vague, and you're not wrong.
Easy come, easy go. No, I'm just kidding. You're right. It's a tricky map to maneuver. I'm not going to say anything, right? But you got to look at it from the side of MBG right now. They're just, and you know, they're stuck in the backseat. They're anticipating getting slapped, and it's tough. But I will say at this point, I do like the Astra Stars that are put down on this B side. There is KJ utility there, so some of the prayers have been heard, and it's a bit more prominent. And you can see it's actually done a good job at keeping LFT at bay. They're like, you know what? This sounds really sus, guys. We're not keen on it. We got some A footing, so let's go back towards that way. But the timer does say 50 seconds, and that's a bit of a problem on its own. So plays got to be made sooner than later, and I really hope that NBG is ready to rotate, because when 45 or 40 seconds hits and A noises come out, you better just lace up those Jordans and get there. I doubt they're going back to B.
I can't use that.
Yeah, and here comes the big push, and now you're going to see the rest of NBG start to rotate over to this A site. It's going to be a very, very late rotation. Obviously, the spike is going to go down, and now the timer starts. The ticking time bomb has been placed, and it is going to get messy.
We like it messy here. It is POV number 69. If it ain't messy, it ain't right. The lockdown's every which way. Hunter's Fury fiasco. One gets destroyed. The attacker one is still active. And on that note, Stig, Cyclone, McNutty, 1, 2, and 3. Ricky Shock Dart fiasco coming out from the rear end. And they're gonna go ahead for the stick. Rez gonna just appreciate the side on the generator. Ricky rather gets the one on Rez. And with that, the defenders get back on site and make it happen. And with that, yes, sir, the retaliation is good for NBG.
And just like that, NBG takes a round back for themselves, kind of stops the little bit of bleeding that was happening. It was only a scraped knee. They said, "'Tis but a flesh wound," even though the whole arm was missing. But it's okay. It is okay. We move on to the next round. Guns still in hands. You know, we still got our friends. The power of friendship, you know, always prevails unless it's, you know, something of a sadder show. Anyways, regardless, I'm on a tangent. Moving into this next round, we're going to see a full push come through by LFT through this garage section onto this B site. Already, Oxy onto site, closing that door, making sure that there's no chance for anyone in market to take anyone out. But Oxy falls, Nautic taking down one of his own. Sting taking out Ricky. NBG going huge here, taking out 3 members already, but Nautic saying not if I have anything to say about it. Trading back, turning this into a 3 versus 2 in favor of Nightblood. Ooh, and now an even match. Ooh, this is gonna get messy because they're gonna rotate, but they're realizing it, so everyone's rotating to the same spot at the same time, so it really doesn't matter. We're gonna have a full reset on site. As actually, I'm lying. One member of LFT does stay back instead of rotating all the way, just in case that rotation was fake, but the spike goes down. It is very much real on this A site.
Real as can be. As we're trying to do something at this point. Rez gonna put the turret down. Tap away at the wall and does get it, but still undecided as that spike continues to tick. Nano Swarm does a great job at holding them away at heaven as well.
Right. Oh, wait. Taking a really interesting spot here. Rez grabs one. Stig gets dropped. And this is going to be the 1v1 Killjoy versus Killjoy. And Nautic does grab it. There is not enough time, though, to defuse. So LFT will drop another round, making this a... Oh, wait. No, I'm lying. I'm lying. There's no need to defuse because they are the attacking side. They take the round for themselves. I should not have rested my eyes in between rounds. I'll tell you what.
No, you're good, man. All is good in the hood here. We keep it real. 6-3. We proceed. Man, just don't worry about it. It's Pit of Valor 69. Everything is nullified. Any of your problems, any of your concerns, it's all good. Just we're vibing.
It's kind of like the Kardashian family. Nothing is real.
I mean, if that's I guess so. Heck, I mean, the match is real in front of us, and so
well, the match is real.
I'll say that much. That's about it.
There's a show going on, but everything else is just fabricated.
Oh, fabrication. Talking about that, it's Ricky fabricating a kill onto Stig. Amazing job to open it up, and that's what you want from LFT again. Early picks on the attacker side definitely keeps the defense a little bit thinner. Duh. But now here, McNutty holding the the cheekiest hairline angle. Actually decides to bail ship. So good decision for a bit of an early rotate, kind of get towards CT spawn, knowing very well that there could be some activity coming their way. But alas, this is the fluidity. Charisma, great pick. Oh man, and this is again where you go ahead and ask yourself, now what do? You got to pick at A, you got to pick at B, and you're just going to go ahead and rotate and pick one of the two sites and go ahead and collapse. Roompa at mid actually has spotted out multiple. That should be a bit of a red flag, but is it good enough? Rez onto Charisma, keeping them busy for the time being, and now... Oh my god, Oxy and Nautic just slapping their way onto site. These guys love B site, and they do such a good job at taking it. I mean, I commend them for everything. At this point, Rez has to somehow mulch through 4 members of LFT and go ahead for the defuse. I don't know here, Eric. It's going to be a tricky one.
I mean, a 1v4 situation. Rez has been landing shots, but I don't know if he's going to be able to land all these shots against Oxy and Nautic on top of that. And just like that, as I say it, Oxy lands the shots that need to count, that do matter. And just like that, we have moved into the next round. Number 11. Number 11, because quick math. We do good math. We do good cast. We are the best.
There you go. I was going to say, the scoreline was catching up. I'm like, you sure you did math right? I'm like, no, he's good.
Oh, sir. I'm never wrong.
You got that TI-84 calculator out, smacking keys, doing quick math?
I made sure to get, I made sure to get my buttons pushed so I can get the numbers talked about.
Pushing your buttons on a Wednesday, let me tell you.
Oh, dude, it has been so much button pushing out here.
And with button pushing comes a fragment here towards that long A area. It's McNutty getting a little bit cheeky on and aggressive. This is where I wondered. NBG, you're down numbers. You're getting, there's no support for him, and he does fall away. Oh, the timing's so good. Pop flash. No hero play here. Please, McNutty. Okay, good decision. All things said and done here. He knows there's a lot of members present. I don't want him to fall uncontested. That would be an absolute problem because the collapse will come. Spike is there and ready to go, and they could collapse through tree room if they really wanted to. So McNutty sends out the good old-fashioned 0 point. And does get a bit of information off the rip. But again, 50 seconds for the attackers here to make a move. And I think they're actually looking to collapse on this A side. They could lace it up and go to B, though, man. And it wouldn't be a bad play. But they got to make up their mind now. And I mean now.
Yeah, because I want to be able to know what they're doing. Okay, Stig. Okay, we're sorry. We didn't mean it. We didn't know. It's our fault. As Ricky's going to trade one out as well, making this an even 4 versus 4. Oh my goodness. Stig almost had a lineup for a double collab, and Nautic stops all the madness. He says, I'm sick of you and your op, as Rez is going to find Oxy. Nautic is going to find Rez, and the spike is going to get planted here on this B site once again, as Cyclone is about to go into the belly of the beast. But McNutty makes sure that his backside's all covered, taking out Call Me Mar. Now Nautic in a 1 versus 1 does win it against Cyclone for a 4-piece that round, moving on to 8-3 in this best of 1. Beautifully played. LFT is up by a large margin.
Large and in charge, my friend. And with that, yeah, you're gonna go ahead and, if ideal case, close out the 9-3, you'd be loving it. And it's going to be a tricky one for the side of MBG, man. They're just struggling financially, buying what they can at best. Stig does have the Blaze Storm, but the Blaze Storm is only as good as you getting the kills to back it up and get those knives recharged. So bank on it. We'll see what they can make away with here. Taking it away. Love the, diligence and playstyle of LFT Val. I'm not going to dismiss it. They're just so mobile. They really know how to use the clock, and it's calculated. And that's a sight to see in itself. So I can see the defense this time not looking to get too over peaky, albeit the Blade Storm is active for Jet. Dash is good too, so I'm not upset with this positioning. Got to be careful though. If Oxy gets a cheeky one-tap with the crosshair placement, that's going to be a big problem for the side of MBG right off the rip.
Right, I mean, we're going to see that rotation come out now from the side of LFT onto this A site. You would think that it's going to be B, and the rotation is coming out for Nightblood. They've been bamboozled, and now Oxy has a free site to push onto, but he doesn't know that yet. Oh no, he waits a second. It gives a little bit of time. He's already on. He sees that there's nobody here with him. Checks as many corners as he can. Oxy now in a great position, as is the rest of the side of LFT here.
I love the timing there. The Astra utility as well does such a good job at blocking off Heaven control. Gives Oxy the opportunity to feel more safe, knowing that Heaven is kind of limited. The defender lockdown is there. The attacker lockdown is there. We're getting a rinse and repeat of just 3-4 rounds ago there with the Hunter's Fury as well. Roompa and Charisma on the board for one apiece. Coming out of Heaven. It's good for the side of Kamimar. Rez. Woo! Oh, hello! The Guardian. But,
oh
no. We got one detain.
Run,
and
Mickey. Oh.
McNutty. Problematic indeed, but you heard it loud and clear. The announcer says it. We switch it off, and we end up this half with a beautiful 9-3.
Right, and now we're going to see a potential switch in power here, but that's not a guarantee. But we will see both sides now being switched, as you said. Now we will see the more so diversity that these teams are going to have to show. You know, when it comes to this game, you can't just be entirely aggressive. You have to be able to have some sort of defense to you. And LFT is going to have to show that for at least 4 rounds if they do want to win this game.
Indeed, I really hope they got in the tank and can do something to retaliate. But looking at the current situation for them, they got a big gap, 6 rounds to close up here, Eric. And I want to see a strong pistol out of them. Let's see how they set up. A lot of utility towards that A site, which would work out well for the side of the attackers if they choose to go B, and they do. Stig opens it up there with the frenzy. Shock dart from Ricky for the 1. Does a bit of a tickle as well, doing a lot of damage there to McNutty, but Stig is going down the staircase. There is presence towards back site. Ricky caught. Kamimar, close proximity. Ricky gets the pick. Alas, McNutty gets the 1. Coming around, Ricky, the monster.
Ricky!
3-piece with the ghost. Ballistic set of plays, and it's right down to just one more member of NBG.
Roompa contemplating life now, doesn't know what he should do. Did not expect his team to get dropped by one single soul on the side of LFT, and now he's going to have to come through this smoke. Butt out, no idea where everyone is, and there he goes. Ricky with a 4-piece with this ghost, ghosting everyone here, more so turning them into ghosts. That is so well played on his side. You see that small blind comes out. He's just clicking heads for that 3-piece into the eventual 4 to close out that round. And 10-3 now. You would have to think that a force buy would come out of Nightblood, but they can't afford it.
Oh man, this is so troubling. You know, LFT hitting the double digits as well. NBG on that attacker side, 7-round deficit, light buy sheriffs across the board. Let's see what they choose to do. I mean, I'm not expecting anything short of incredible from the KJ on that A lockdown in the end. And they're missing, they're choosing to play the Astra and, KJ together on a site, which is great. I mean, it works well. It's a good bit of synergy with the Gravity Well, the Nano Swarms, and everything in between. A lot of presence towards short, though. Charisma, Zyklon, 1 clapperoni with the good old Sharif. Good opening pick. And what is LFT going to do to retaliate? Looks like they're not backing off site. Nodex says, not today. Get out of my way, sir. I'm going to be here to even up the scoreline. And Kamimar as well. Ricky, yes, siree. More joust coming out from Zyklon, not backing away from the mid post. And it's just down to Roompa now. So, yeah, yet again, it seems like LFT not shying away from any battle they can get their hands on him. Poor old Roompa having tagged out by the Owl Drone, forced to fall away. But shocker, not there on the behind.
Oh, man, leave him alone.
Dude, this is a giga problem as LFT now have hit the good old double 1s and are looking just 2 more rounds to close out. But, my friend, this is what happens when you end up in a bit of a financial rut. You can see we're in the round number 3, and guess what? Still no major buy coming out. So I got to see something really dig deep from the side of NBG here to equalize and have a chance at buying on the next, or at least carrying some firepower forward.
Right. I mean, honestly, I feel like if this round goes, it's kind of just the nail in the coffin, and LFT will take the next one to close out the entire game here. But we will see, and just like that, Oxy already taking out Stig. That is not what you want at all right now on the side of NBG, as Ricky is going to take out Roompa with a shock dart, and another one comes through doing almost fatal damage. McNutty dropping as well as Zyklon. This is another 1 versus 5 situation, and Rez just says, you know what? Let's see what happens. Ricky takes out Rez. I don't even know if Rez attempted a shot there. I'm sure he did, but it just didn't matter, as there were more members on the side of LFT to take him out and to back up their brother if he were to fall. And now, as you heard the announcer, match point. This has been 7 straight rounds for the side of LFT, absolutely dominating this game here.
Galactical, massive game, and I will say this is going to set a great tempo and precedence moving into the grand finals. But alas, NBG here Chance, the final opportunity to retaliate. They got to go 9 rounds deep to even it up. Look at this battalion, this army of attackers pushing right up this short area. Ricky has the Hunter's Fury out. He's heard a lot as well. Recon, good. Destroyed. Ping. The Gravity Well. Everything coming out for Charisma. The 2-piece. Stig with the Guardian as well, and we're right back down to it. LFT, though, are in the driving seat. A very late KJ and a full HP Sova. What do they got, my friend? It's just one more Killjoy to deal with, and this could very well be the GG for LFT Val.
For sure, but I was going to say, but I don't think there is a but in this situation. I think that Rez is very much so overcooked and now kind of done in. I feel bad. The 20 health left and a dream, though we've seen crazier happen on clutches. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe he gets a headshot, turns the corner. He is not spotted out. Oh, but Call Me Mar has other plans. Tosses the flash, gets the final kill, and that will close out our semi-final round here. LFT taking it beautifully, and I mean, it wasn't enough on some of these picks, on some of these rounds from the side of Nightblood. They had some promising, rounds that looked like they could be taken back more so in their favor, but things like that, like Ricky holding that round and clutching it out, things like getting picked off early on, the weapon disadvantage, the money disadvantage, it was just so much all the way through. It was hard for them to find footing and come back into this one.
Yeah, preach. I mean, well said, Eric. Everything rounded off for them, and they came out slapping on both sides of this map. They didn't give up much of anything. There were some questionable buys, and I guess some of the forced buys and money management situations. But when you're kind of in a corner in your pin, you're just going to go for whatever you can try to get, like cheeky wins, because you just what else do you have to do at that point? It's kind of tough. It's I don't know. It's a rock and a hard place. Which way do you want to go? But I will say, nonetheless, LFT Val, amazing job. Bravo, proceeding ahead. NBG put up a good joust. They're not new to the rings here at Pit of Valor, but it just wasn't their week this time. But before we quickly summarize, because that was one heck of a game on Ascent, and I really hope the Grands also doesn't go to Ascent. I swear, this is POV 69. If you are going to do me dirty and send me to Ascent one more time, we're going to have, I'm kidding, but on the real, let's take this time to remind our viewers of a couple important things. Impure Esports, I thank you to them for sponsoring. Please, guys, be sure to enter the giveaway for a keyboard. It takes you 2 seconds, all of like 7 characters to enter, 8 if you include the exclamation mark, and you can enter for that giveaway. Exclamation mark sponsor to learn more about them as well. A reminder too, guys, the GLG LAN Center opening up, 22 floors high in the sky up there in Innovation Square in Rochester, New York. GLG LAN, exclamation mark GLG LAN, 7 characters this time. Check out the photos and renderings, see what we're up to. And of course, Eric, the GLG Country Club membership. Now, this is important. Listen, please, if you don't have your headphones on, which you probably should, put them on now. If you can't hear me, you won't put them on. But on the real, the Country Club membership, knowing very well that we have a $1,000 prize pot coming up in a couple weeks' time. That's going to be incredible. That's sponsored by Librex Fulfillment. If you have the GLG Country Club membership, and we have the quote-unquote Instalock version of that, TLDR, you get 3 months for the price of 1. One of your team members has to hold it, and your whole team gets entry covered for that event. And most importantly, it helps us. So it's like a multifaceted win all across the board. And if you're fighting out for $1,000 on a bloody Wednesday Pit of Valor, I don't see why you wouldn't be upset for throwing $10 at it. So on that note, Eric, having blown each other's ears out, I hope you're okay and surviving as I rant away. But we're gonna send the viewers off to a quick break. I think you and I are gonna be bouncing off the screens. We can get some time to appreciate the games from a third-person view. Hopefully not Ascent, but if it is, I'm looking forward to it. Switch of faces, but most importantly for our viewers, please don't go too far. Grand Finals is next, and it's going to be Vincent and Seymour taking you guys through that beautiful journey. So off to a break. On behalf of Eric and I, production, who has been here and will continue to be here, thank you for having us, and we'll talk to you momentarily.
You know what time it is. It's the 69th grand final of the Pit of Valor. My name is Seymour. This is Vincent. Ready to kick things up a notch and crack into overdrive. But before that, a little bit of a word from our sponsors, Impure Esports. We're sponsoring this week's Pit of Valor with a whole $100 prize pool to take home at the end of it. And not just a prize pool, a giveaway for a HyperX Alloy 60% keyboard. So type ! giveaway in chat. Check that out. It's pretty sick. And on top of that, check out Impure Esports on Twitter by typing !sponsor, taking that link and showing some love. But let's cut the chit chat and talk some Val.
Oh boy, am I ready to talk some Valorant? That is exactly what gets me going. I love to see it here. And well, honestly, LFT, Lenny. These two teams, well, they've got some known names, you could say, Colin. We got Mocking coming in, Charisma, a player that we've seen all over the place here at the Pit of Valor. This is going to be a real banger, and we're headed to Bind as well, as if things weren't already good enough.
Well, wouldn't it be a 69th grand final without a little bit of a banger to close things out here? Bind the map to be, one way to finish things off in a classic at that. So let's talk about these teams and the differences you want to see in Bind. We've already casted it over once today. We have seen some Valorant between both these squads on stream as well. So what are you expecting from them?
Well, here's the thing. Charisma actually has tended to play a lot of the Sentinel picks, so I'm interested to see kind of where he goes for the LFT Val side of things. I'm definitely interested. Dip and Mocking going to be the duo of players to look out for on Lenny time. So with regard to those players, it's going to be the duelists that I'm on the lookout for. It's hard to say who's going to be picking it, but I'm definitely looking out for a raise between those two. Dip, I've seen play a whole variety of characters, but can play that raise. Mocking's the same way. So that's probably going to be the big difference that I'm looking out for. I don't know about you though. We talked about the Viper earlier and kind of whether or not you like to see it or not. You think we're going to see it again?
I mean, it wasn't horrible to see, when we were watching the Viper earlier on in this tournament, it was quite a class act, using that Viper's Pit to solo hold a site, most notably that A site, as soon as it goes down, kind of puts a cork inside the short, inside that A short rotation. So it's hard to kind of dedicate to a site as a team when that Viper's Pit is down, especially on Bind, something that's so easy to set up a crossfire into that site for us. So, I mean, the Viper can be handy, but oftentimes we do make the argument that we most notably want to see that Cypher come out to play. So I don't know what we're going to be seeing now. That was an earlier game at that. So it's kind of, we're going to see a lot more niche picks in the earlier takes for a tournament like the Pit of Valor. But this is where we see a lot more cemented metas come through. So I'm more so leaning towards the Cypher. I would like to see him kind of bring out all the utility towards the B side rather than a Viper holding that A site, because like I said, that A site, it's really easy to set up those crossfires for a team that's pushing on into it. So you have that Cypher locking down B and you can dedicate most of your team to A. I think those crossfires can take care of business.
I think you made some fantastic points. We're getting into agent selection, though, Colin. That means we're just about ready to kick off these grand finals. I see an Astra locked and loaded already, and that's actually for both sides. We see the Sova, the Rays. This is sort of expectations being met for me. I don't know about you.
Folks, it's grand finals time. Let's get right down to it now. This is going to be a fun, impactful, eventful night between LFT Val and Lenny time. So we're checking things out. Pretty straightforward. The Vipers on both ends. Like we said, it's one of those picks that we didn't usually see often, but with things changing in Valorant, the Viper has pretty much made its mark inside Bind. And it's because that Viper's Pit can put a quick plug in that A site in later rounds. So that's what we're going to be looking at for the Viper. You do have the Sky on one end compared to having what looks like, I was going to say what looks like it's something else, but it's actually something different to note, is that it's going to be the Jet and the Rays that are the differences. So UCS said the Rays is going to be quite impactful on a map like Binds. What do you expect to see out of Oxy on the Jet?
Well, to talk Oxy, I first have to talk Dip because that's the player I was talking about on the Raze. Is phenomenal on the Raze, has been playing this Raze. I've casted them for over a year and a half at this point, basically since the game release. So really excited to see what Dip can do. And that just leaves Oxy in a position where they're going to have to find some success.
Spike
just like
down
this.
B.
Oxy picking up the pace and pushing forward to find the opposing Astra early on. It's Lenny time, down by 1 here in the opening round.
Nothing more you can ask for Jet, but now looking for the rebuttal. Lenny time has quite the aggression out of here.
Poison's off.
Holding this corner. Notic checks it. Has to take a double take now. Fight's going to be on the edge. Both players dancing amongst each other. Finally, Mocking is going to find the better end of Nautic's forehead through that Viper smoke. Charisma for the trade. Numbers still in favor now for LFT Val, but Dip evens them up quickly.
Oh boy. It's looking like it's a bit one-sided, but Lenny, look at how tagged up they are, teamwork. This is definitely a doable retake in the 2v3 for LFT.
It is. Ricky, Mocking, trading blows. Call me. Is going to find that equalizer. Mocking still keeping the numbers up now for Lenny time. Ricky taps away at the spikes. 74 HP.
One enemy
Let's see if
remaining.
Dip's going to find it. Are you going to be ready for Mocking? Seems like he's got the read going, but it is going to have to play around this spike right now. And Mocking is playing this to a T. Ricky has no clue. He's behind him and spots him off of that. Ricky's going to find the kill, but no time for the defuse.
Oh boy, it's so close. So 1.5 seconds. That's the time that was left on the defusal. But unfortunately, LFT Val fall in a very close pistol. Let's see this opening frag once again. Nice shot. Really threading that needle. That's Oxy, who's going to have to do a whole lot more of that, Colin. You had asked about the difference between these two duelists and the pace of play at which they can play at. Obviously, the ability of the Jet to get those opening duels and get away easily is significantly better than that of the Raze. But obviously the Raze has the paint shells. Those are very effective on this map, and considering the small corridors, looking to put those to use already.
Tommy pulling quite the credit angle right now. Reiki delivers a first blow now from afar, right over Calmi's shoulder. That's Calmi Mar just holding on to this tight angle right now. If you look at the mini-map, Lenny time is actually keeping quite a lot of force around that A side, but here comes the TP. They're finding some value over at B. 2 kills going down. They can clean up Moxie or Oxy. That is going to be the site under control, but a parting gift and a second one out of your Jet. Oxy's doing it all right now.
Nice and easy. I mean, honestly, LFT doing a good job staying alive. And kills going through. It's a 1v2, Colin.
One enemy remaining.
On the TP, Core knows exactly where this Ash is coming in from. 1v1's gonna be here. The gravity well does not catch him, and Core is able to peek out and clean things up. 2 rounds from Lenny time, but oh boy, is it close.
I mean, that was... Could have got closer. 1v1. I mean, 1v2, really. Core on the clutch. Not only the 1v2, it gets the triple kill and picks up the pieces where everyone else fell apart. Colin, this is starting to look like it might be a real good game here. Remember, this is best of 1 here in the grand finals. No longer best of 3. And that just means that everything matters a whole lot more here early on. You want to get a good start. You want to get a good look. And Oxy's got the peak behind there of Mocking as he goes down.
Oh, Dip, overwhelming charisma, inside showers. That's some rifles now that LFT can recover and upgrade to. Smoothly the one, Nautic finds the equalizer. Core for the wide swing, doubles down onto Dip. Almost catching the late ends of the inside player, Sugar Free, 21 HP. Kind of in no man's land right now. Somehow still alive, but with all the team falling around him, not much Sugar Free can do. Late parting gift onto Ricky, and it's going to be LFT who walk away with their first round.
Nicely played. I mean, you got to put respect on it. The first gun round working out. Yes, it is the bonus, as we know from Lenny time, but they weren't able to really find the success, and it was off of, once again, Oxy. Like I said at the very beginning, Seymour, we said, okay, who's going to be the difference maker? It's got to be Oxy getting aggressive with that Jet, finding success, and it was just that. using that jet to find Mocking out early in the round, you lose a lot of your kit, and it makes life a little bit harder. That flash is not ideal. I don't think that actually gets anyone blind. It went down a little bit prematurely, so ultimately not a big deal. But what is a big deal is that opening Pragmatic once again onto Mocking, who's fallen first twice in a row.
I've got your
It's been a first blood menace. He lands that Viper's Pit, not going to use it this time. Seekers leading the attack for Lenny time. Soon Follow actually dips out of there, so not able to find a second just yet or anything to equalize the Seekers, amounting to really nothing but space into the front end of this. Charisma shuts the door on that gate, and a double down onto Sugar finds a second for the table. 5v2 right now, near flawless for LFT. Oxy's gonna hit the up trap, dash on out with the Bladestorm, and looking to close this one with all 5 players up. Lenny time falling to bits right now. LFT have closed the gap.
And it's flawless in nature as well. Phenomenal performance here. And, you know, I would argue that the Bladestorm wasn't even necessary, but they popped it early. They wanted to get usage out of it. I can understand, you know, use it or lose it. That's kind of the motto for a lot of these teams, and that's got some you know, fairness to it. So, Lenny time getting smacked in the mouth here early on, Colin. I like the response from LFT. They've come back. They've shown their own moxie, and that is that they were able to answer back fairly immediately once they got the guns in hand.
Domi Mar, first blood again for LFT. As ever since these rivals come through, it just seems like it's been quite the constant. Guiding light on out. Oxy, call me Mar. He find 2 now against Lenny time, and trying to scrape from the bottom of the barrel is this squad. Ricky is going to be going down. Core trying to find another one. Going to be there. Snap over to Oxy. Not going to land on the noggin. LFT, they close out another round 3 in a row now. They find their lead, and they are making this quite dominant so far.
That they are. I mean, you know, you thought 2 rounds, you know, early lead for Lenny time. Not to mention, you know, I talked about, you know, I talked them up early in the game. Mocking and Dip, they're really strong players as a duo, as individuals. But, you know, Nautic, Charisma, Call Me Mar, yeah, they've all been here before. I actually don't know Oxy as of right now, but he's already fragging out. Call Me Mar with that triple kill last round. You can call me anything you like to get shots like that.
Anything?
Anything.
Jacob?
That'll work.
Word to a prod. Right there. Shout out to Jacob Vermillion.
Love Jacob. Great guy.
You know what else I love?
Tell me.
These first bloods we're seeing out of Call Me Mar going in for another one, catching them hot on their tail. Core falls for it.
Seek them out. Found one.
On the secret too to follow up. That's magical.
Oh, Tristy. Blind as a bat, but still comes out on top, and the showstopper from Lenny time, which led them into there, leaves them even. Dip did fall, but it's going to be spiked down off the back of that.
Just you better watch where you put that bat, friend.
Lock in sight.
Hunter's Fury here for Lenny time. That's what I'm worried about, because you can see how far back Hanzo can be.
Mocking, playing off the flash. Shoots Oxy in the back. Here's that Hunter's Fury. Is going to be bringing quite the time off that clock. Charisma hoping to hop on that, but not going to take him down. Tristy's got to find this guy. Has to clutch, but Nautic knows exactly where they're coming from. And even if he got from point A to point B, shooting through that Viper's Pit was a Hail Mary and a half.
Yeah, you know, it's a bit unfortunate. I think the Hunter's Fury pulled a little bit prematurely there by Tristy. But ultimately, there's 2 players left alive, and I don't think there's much he could have done in the back side of that. 4-2, we hear LFT with another big victory. Again, they used, you know, a couple of ultimates, but that's fine. You're winning rounds. If you win rounds with those ults, that's called good utilization from them ultimates. And they have a Hunter's Fury of their own tacked on with the Cosmic Divide. There's not a lot of... Okay, never mind. I was going to say there's not a lot of weapons to work with, but Mocking only needs one, and that's the Marshal.
Dip. Another first blood out of the Rays to blow this open. However,
Poison's off.
response, you still gotta get through Nautic, and it's gonna be hard to cross this sea
Poison orb
in which
emitted.
this Phantom is paying attention to. That Star is in such a good position. Nautic trying to avoid it. Pulse is gonna come down 1 to 2. Nautic with the snap.
Oh my goodness, that was so fast. I mean, you can barely blink between those two shots. And the follow-up in there. Call Neymar. And letting time fall apart as it slapped the Tristy. Had to clutch up last round, couldn't do it. Now, opportunity once again, but 45 HP. Spike in hand. An open B site. And a dream.
And a Sheriff.
Standing ahead.
That's going to be the hard part right now, is not only getting this spike down,
planted.
getting that post plan, is that you have one shock dart, a Sheriff, like you said, limited health, so coming out on top would be quite the win for Lenny Time right now. As you see the Trailblazer, you can hear the Trailblazer from LFT to lead the way. Hoping to clear out everything on this site. Tristy has a good angle right now for the cross, but
Did he spot him? He did.
Pretty sure Ricky knows they're both going to be there. He's just got to play this time right now. The shock dart could be quite lethal. 12 HP. Calming Bar's going to be watching for the peak and closes out the round.
Man, you know, it's unfortunate there for Lenny Time. Honestly, both of those teams played out about as perfectly as you could have asked. You know, Tristy waiting to the last moment. He has to get information. The reason he's peeking there, you know, I already hear the chatter saying, well, why'd he peek, right? Well, he's got to get some info. This was dirty, though. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And he almost did the I didn't even realize he almost got the turnaround, too. But he has to peek there, obviously, because of the fact that he has no information. Obviously, they could be coming from two different angles. Once he gets that confirmation, he plays it patiently, but just gets out peaked, and that's the round. Gets the plan as well. A little bit of extra cash flow in the pockets of Lenny Time here, as they have the Viper's Pit to work with, along with 5 rifles as well. So, right now, addressing across the map. It's a bit of a default for Lenny Time as they just look for some information. They keep going down to these early swings, and that cannot continue to happen. And even when it did happen, they still couldn't close the round.
Fishing for first blood. Both squads still alive, and honestly, it was probably the most amount of time I've seen all 10 players on the board for a while. You have the Viper's Pit and the Cosmic Divide for Lenny Time, whereas LFT only that Cosmic Divide, which could be useful for a retake into the site. And honestly, Lenny Time could kind of flip the script and use it for an entry of their own. The post plan off this Viper's Pit, but Dip leaves the charge. Satchel gonna open up that site, and very passive hold from LFT, practically giving up B for a take.
This is nicely done. And the pit, that was pulled out. Where did that go? Oh, it's farther back. Okay. I was about to say, it's going to hold off this entranceway, and you can see what it's done on this entry. Oxy's already fallen.
Making it so uncomfortable
player
for
standing.
LFT just to entry into the site. Cutting off so much health as they walk through the choke. Now Charisma last alive, and kind of looking to put 3 on the board right now. Lenny Time cut this lead down to 2. This is just a perfect take right there. Not even needing that Cosmic Divide, but such a creative spot to drop that Viper's Pit. That's a typical strategy right there.
Yeah, no, I really love that as well. It makes it, like you were just saying, so frustrating. And, you know, you're uncomfortable trying to walk through. Not only the fact that you're down to 1 health at best, but also, you know, you have so many angles. That's hard to walk into on a good day. It's even worse when you got to deal with, you know, toxic screen in front of you and the such. So, LFT, they use not everything, but they've not got anything on the cards this time. They got the weaponry and the operator out. There's nobody there. At least nobody anymore.
Poison's off.
The spike rotates back around here towards A site.
Coming up for a 2-prong attack. Nautic gets his toes nipped at by Mocking. And the mirror duel from Vipers is going to go the way of Lenny Time. Cosmic Divide instantly going to get giving them entry to the spike. That's going to be spiked down with all 5 players up.
Beautiful. This is massive work. That's a great Cosmic Divide.
I'm
Really
kinda
good
stuck.
utilization. And now it's got to be the retake. 5v4.
3v3. Oxy, Bladestorm. Going to be pulled. Ricky. Another one to split the difference. Now 3v2. Tristy. A short Oxy! Knife to the noggin. Quite control right there from the Bladestorm. Expecting Core to come through as well. And Oxy is going to be closing that round with 3. Leading LFT to double the points of Lenny time. Back into the momentum. 6-3.
Yeah, you thought Lenny Time had it over.
Enemy remaining.
And listen, they did. But the problem is, LFT still exists. Oxy, he's still making moves. And, well, I gotta be honest with you. He certainly has been the player to watch out for when it comes to resetting the pace, setting the tone, and getting opening frags. Not to mention, that was a closer right there on the triple with the Bladestorm. Beautiful stuff. And suddenly, Lenny Time backs a bit against the wall. I mean, you can see that this first half, it's withering away.
Nautic staying alive this time. Going to delay this attack from a short. However, Lenny Time, they found their opening through showers. Charisma through the smoke. Dip's going to land a shot now as Tristy doubles down for the advantage. Showstopper's going to be pulled from Lenny Time. Seekers as well. So a lot of ults invested into this. You're looking at them to close it out now, but very aggressive out to this defender spawn. And Dip stay alive here. Oxy, that was so rude.
I mean, that was a phenomenal shot from the operator. Beautiful work.
Oh no. Sugar, don't let him do it. Oh!
Not like this.
Ricky's got us back. Lenny Time are falling to pieces right now. Off and over. Aggressive lineup.
Revealing area.
Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury.
He's got him tagged up. Ricky got it to half. They just need to withstand this Hunter's Fury. Stap this back on top and call me. Mar's gonna close it out. LFT just clutched up an unwinnable round.
I mean, unwinnable simply doesn't have its place here on this server. Not whilst LFT are playing like this. 7-3, they confirmed the victory at the half. And well, Lenny Time, I gotta just ask what the heck's happening? What's going on? Where have they gone wrong? I just don't know. They're not able to quite hit the consistency that I was hoping. Not to mention the trade frags. That's the big deal. LFT consistently have been able to find like an opening frag or a frag and then fall back. Whereas Lenny Time, they've struggled to do that. Anytime they're finding a frag, they're getting traded.
It just feels like this team has an unchecked confidence right now that's being exposed by a patient LFT Val team. And Lenny Time, they really need to kind of have a wake-up reminder right now and pull things into their own, because this isn't a best-of-3 grand finals. This is a best-of-1 grand finals, so you're not going to get any second chances here. And
Revealing area.
LFT are winning rounds that they merely just shouldn't.
Beyond that, Lenny Time, you know,
Toxins going up.
they should. I mean, I kind of
Toxin
gave them
screen
the slight
down.
advantage in this matchup, but it's, you know, it's not the star players who are making the difference right now. It's Cord and Cast, and that's the series big difference here with these two teams. This Hunter's Fury is going to be committed here by LFT.
Not only that, it forces a TP out of Lenny Time. So less than that, Nautic takes it into his own hands, walks right into showers, and basically shuts down this attack before he even started. Dip. Going to scrape things away, but it's only Nautic. It's all Nautic, and honestly, you really need nothing less if you're LFT. Charisma and Ricky close this out, and Lenny Time are in shambles right now. 8 on the board for LFT.
And that's just a rude awakening from Nautic when you're in the showers, man. Leave the guys alone. Let them bathe. Outrageous stuff.
Absolutely.
LFT, though, I gotta say, this has been just great work overall. And when I said the supporting cast, right? Like, we know Nautic and Call Me Mar. But Charisma was the big player that I was kind of actually thinking was going to be the heavy hitter, along with maybe Nautic. But it's been obviously Oxy coming to fruition here, and maybe it's just a guy I don't know about. But this is why I love Pit of Valor, Colin. I just get to learn and watch so many good players just come into their own.
Now this aggression from Jet is all you need right there. Catches Dip with his pants down. Lenny time down by 1, down by 2. Mocking lit up like a Christmas tree, is going to get a headshot taken, but Tristy is able to find Call Me Mar before anything gets worse. 3v2 Lenny time. A lot of damage dealt to Mocking, but Tristy's actually found a way in now through this. And Charisma watching this like a hawk. Can Tristy find this? Shot's going to be good for a burst, but not very lethal onto Charisma.
This is a good situation that's somewhat winnable for Lenny time, but here's the real issue. It's a bit of a crossfire is set up. No, as I say that, Ricky has evacuated his position. It's actually not a great decision considering the fact that we know all that we do. He's going to be coming up from long, which is going to be a bit of a surprise, but we'll see how that goes. Viper's Pit online here for LFT Val, but how do you utilize it here on a retake? It's a difficult question to ask.
Mocking coming away with 1 kill would be everything, but Tristy needs to be the hero. At nearly full HP here, here comes the retake. Nautic around the corner. Headshot from Tristy. He snaps to the second. Only minimal damage. Mocking cleans it up. 1v1. Ricky full health. Mocking on 10. And it seems like Ricky's just going to sink it. Gets it half. Peeks around the corner. Catches Mocking looking the wrong way.
Yeah, and on second thought, you got to ask, was the plant position to go inside the tube the right answer? They didn't have a lot of information. I understand that. But it really hurts them in the end there. Really tough to come away with. And LFT Val with another one. 9-3 the half. And, well, this has sort of been our curse today, hasn't it? We've been 9-3 a lot today.
It's not so much is planting inside the tube the answer, is putting Mocking inside hookah the answer, because Tristy took it amongst himself to clear out elbow, to clear out
HP,
that top left. But I mean, they had no idea where Ricky was coming from. For all they know, he could have been in hookah still. I would have liked to see Mocking kind of set up camp at a more known territory. Could have been watching that cross from Garden. Could have caught Ricky as he walked out to that site, but walks in there for free, puts Mocking in an uncomfortable situation, and now 9-3 half. Lenny time. They need to dig deep for this one.
Certainly going to have to be an uphill battle.
I have to spike.
Lenny time, though. These players, they aren't, you know, new to that sort of need. They've been here. They've been in a situation where they got to make the comeback before. That's experience. And experience is a significant thing, especially here in the grand finals. But, well, it's been the individuals of LFT that have been making the difference. Here we go. Let's see if that's the case. Looks to me like a fake. A little bit of, you know, broken and prodding here at the A side, only to go back towards B, but Sugar free. Sitting here ready to win.
Oh, Sugar. Precision even more. Now this is bold as could be. And he's going to be costed dip too.
30 seconds
Oh no.
I like the idea though. Yeah, bold, yes, but it's an idea.
Player
Oh,
standing.
what? What do you mean?
Down A.
Anytime, they just found everything.
Everything and more. Off that, I mean, Sugar catches that first blood. Goes for extras. The disengage was fantastic at LFT. But then, Sugar free, they just are... Lenny time, they just find everything off of the back of low HP players. One by one. I mean, Nautic was in such a good position, too. Sneaking through that ace, I could have just played a ratty angle to bait them into his crosshair, but instead took the fight to them and ultimately got costed for it. So again, a situation where teams on the attack are just biting off a little more than they can chew.
Indeed, and you know, you've seen it happen time and time again. Here's the fast dash and flash. and it ain't working out. Not very well for LFT.
Spike down.
It's what I like
B.
to call eco frags, baby.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, it's basically just a herd
Somebody out.
to the nether realm at that point. You don't want to see anything less. I mean, LFT, they know they have a win condition right now. Get to the rifles, get to their next step, and then see what happens next. And inside this eco round, it seems like they just did not want to play. They wanted to get it over as fast as they can. Now it's time to talk things over. Go into the next round with a full buy and possibly take yourself to double digits.
I mean, here's the fair thing, Colin. Like, you know, they do know their win condition because last time Lenny Time won the pistol, they won the bonus, and then they didn't win any more rounds, barring one in the half. So if LFT are going to do the same thing this time, fair enough. You know, I ain't got nothing to say. You do you.
Indeed. Oh, sugar-free again.
Was that through the toxic screen?
It would have been amazing if it was, but this aggression is fantastic. They're cutting the distance they need to fight these ARs, and they're coming out on top in some very cheeky angles. Just herd of wolves, or pack of wolf mentality,
Toxin screen down.
barreling over this LFT team at the moment.
What was that gun, Colin? An AR?
Yeah.
Love you.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, man. To be fair, you could have called me out earlier. I had the Counter-Strike on the brain, called things a bomb. Call me Mar. He's got nothing but frags on the brain, my friend. Ricky was well.
Enemy remaining.
Double, triple entry, might I add.
Mocking's like, what do I do? Come on, guys. Why'd you put me in this position? Come on.
Classic rotator. Like, 1v4. So should I save?
Oh, they know exactly where he's coming from now, too. The Owl Drone. Everybody adjusting to the position to shut Mocking down as soon as he peeks. Operation, let's hit double digits ASAP.
And I mean, Mar is on a tear right now. Another triple. Now that was the bonus round. You know, all the normal caveats that I usually yell and scream from the rooftops, but man, it looked so one-sided. I mean, you could have argued that Lenny Time just kind of went to sleep and let him take the site for free. That's how easy it looked. So, whenever they've got guns out this time, I just hope that it's going to be a little bit a little bit more difficult for this LFT Val side to overcome. Because it's 10-5, it's still doubled the score for this attacking team at this point.
Well, looks like LFT putting the pressure on. Finds Mocking on the exit. That's going to be first blood, site control, and a possible post-plant setup now for this LFT Val squad. The immediate rebuttal from Lenny Time is going to be surrounding for this retake, but the Seeker's going to be what leads them on into there. That's a great start. Sugar-Free's going to find Nautic. Second one onto Oxy. So things get a little bit more exciting now. You still have two players to deal with inside of Hookah, Call Me Mar, as well as Charisma. The paint can is going to deal quite a bit, forces the gunfight. Charisma is going to take him out. Gets back into the corner, and Strissy to bring the lead on back. Flash out of Call Me Mar, the follow-up from Sugar-Free. That's 3 into the round. Last one to pick up is going to be Ricky. And he's going to be lining them up, but Tristy's going to take him down.
There we go from Lenny Time. I mean, that's exactly the sort of answer back that we were looking for. You know, sure, the entry was there. Oxy still firing on all cylinders, but the retake was available. There was really good trading. I mean, we saw Dip kind of sort of trying to find something cheeky there inside of the lamp area, but he gets traded out, and that's precisely the thing that we've been looking for, and that, honestly, we've been sort of missing. Now this round is a little bit dicey for a couple of reasons for Lenny Time. Sure, they've got the Hunter's Fury. That's going to give them the ult advantage. There is a couple of ultimates really close by on the uptake here for LFT. They've also got a bit of a gun disadvantage. They have a Judge inside Hookah by the looks of it. And it's going to be 2 of those SMGs to follow it up, whilst Charisma the same as the Spectre to work with.
Like, I've seen people come back with a lot less.
True.
So I don't want to count any team out just yet. Still got some space to work with. Aldrum from Tristy is going to reveal some information down B long. Oh, but it's Call Me Mar who opens things up. Take a look at the minimap. There's a flank. Offside, it's Core. Can he recover the rifle? He can. Oh, but he's got a tail. He's got a tail right now. Core knows this. Nautic switching to the rifle, and Core finds 2.
Yeah, Core tagged dinked in that, by the way. Barely comes away with life, but life he has, and that's big. Here's Charisma gonna run into a grounded pound.
Oh, dip. Spots the barrel of the gun. Takes Charisma to the next life. See you next round, baby. Let's get nasty right now. The judge, jury, and maybe executioners. Ricky's gonna take it into his own hands to take him down, but caught in midair. Oxy drops that spike, and Ricky's gonna be blindsided.
Dude, Dip is so ridiculous with that gun. I don't know. I mean, you and I have cast him before, but he consistently picks up that judge and finds so much success with it on the raids on this map. Yeah, he bought how many seconds for rotates? What, like at least 10? He doesn't matter that he dies with only 1 kill. That's irrelevant, and that's what people don't quite understand when he's sitting at 11 and 16, and you're asking what is he doing for your team. He won the round right there for his team by buying so much time on that hit. Instead of a 1v1 on site, it's a 3v1, and that's a big.
On top of that, sheer patience now at a Lenny time, but Oxy puts the shorty to work. Blazestorm's gonna be catching Mocking as well. So now LFT are looking to just blow their way into this site as fast as possible.
It's just gonna be a classic Oxy 3K round. Is that how this is gonna work?
Oh, well, it seems like he's gonna cause enough disruption that Call Me Mars gonna find Dip now. Here comes the retake from Lenny time. 2v4. What can you make happen here? Tristy finally getting into the fray. Sugar Free a second now into the round. Information from the Seeker and the Sonar is gonna reveal there is some presence into this corner. Oxy swings wide as 3. It's the round. Casual 3K like you wanted to see now. They're going to take all the stops right now, and Oxy on the tailwind is going to wide swing into Tristy holding his bow.
And what a beautiful set play. This is the time I wish I had like one of those breakdown segments that they have at Champions, you know what I mean, with the analysts, because this is perfect timeout. Love this. I have just been given my wants and desires here. So what happened right there is that Oxy is using the dash from the jet in order to get up close and personal. Now they can't see this coming on the defense because there is the utility that they put down early on, and so they've been watching LFT. They've watched every single round what the default utility looks like, and they know that Mocking is going to have his snake bite out at this time. So all you got to do, 1 dash, 1 pump with the shorty, and suddenly you have the ultimate for Oxy. You have an opening frag, and you have so much space to work with, Colin. It's a really perfect set play based all on just observing your opponents and finding out some of their weaknesses.
Taking a good old mental note, why not? That's why Oxy's just found his way into such a sublime team. You know, like you say, we've kind of seen him on the come up for quite some time now, and really finding his own nowadays. It surprised me, and it really impresses me. It's like it's literally watching somebody grow real time. I mean, that happens with a lot of these players in the Pit of Valor, and it's just things you like to see.
That's what the Pit of Valor is for. You know?
It is.
Real-time growth. You know, you put yourself in a situation, a real tournament situation with a little bit lower stakes usually, and you get some of that real big practice.
Information, no follow-up. Exactly when they know just how deep Oxy's going to be playing off that guiding light now. Very patient at LFT this time around. Was so quick from Oxy has kind of been put to rest into this next round here in round number 19. As I like this call, you know, they slow things down. They're trying to bait utility out of LFT Valor, and it's really working too.
You are divided.
They also have an idea that the money might not be perfect from Lenny time. So it works both ways, you know, that baiting of utility. You're going to start running low.
It's time to put the pressure on. Cosmic Divide cutting off the exit now for these Lenny time players on B, but TP to TP. They're going back to A. Hook, line, and sinker. It's Core now having to turn up, and he just can't.
He'll re-rotate. This is what Bind is all about, baby. And it's with the Viper's Pit initiated on the site, and now with 2-player advantage, things are looking dire.
LFT on the brink of match point here into the grand finals. Here comes the retake. Sugar Free Falls. That is your big hitter off the board right now for Lenny time. 2v5. You got to walk into the pit. And this is just not where you want to be. The pulse is going to land, mocking concussed, and the collapse is so good out of these LFT players. One last standing is Tristy for last stand out of him. He's able to catch 2 with the Sheriff, recovers the Phantom, tries to catch Charisma, but the snap is too solid. LFT on match point.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, great set piece. I mean, this is LFT playing a better game than Lenny time. They're clearly thinking a lot more about their attacker rounds. What we saw a lot from Lenny time was just kind of run out into a default, look for some opening picks. So if they didn't happen, let's just group up and hit a site. Now, that works if you're hitting opening picks at times. But LFT, they got a plan. Anytime they're going into something, they're looking for the execution moment. And that is exactly what I like to see. So here we go again. 3 players out towards long, and the Seeker. Going to be a possibility for the offense here.
I've got your trail.
Snake fight. Playing for delay, mocking. Forced out of here. Hunter's here. Going to be pulled instantaneously from this. Dip's going to catch Oxy on that entry with the pain can, so should slow down this attack ever so slightly, but in fact, it's going to just stop it in full turn.
I mean, look at that full rotation as well from Lenny time. They did a good job of really seeing that this is a legit push early and basically pulling everyone back. But you see how tentative Lenny time are to re-enter into A? They've been convinced that every time that there's something like that happens and LFT aren't on the B site, they're going to be on the A site. So they're scared to walk back into A despite not hearing any sort of information. And what that's really done is that's going to make it even longer for them to clear that angles out. And now when the B hit comes through, it's going to be an even bigger surprise.
Cosmic Divide is so good now, so late into the round. Cuts off the B site, opens up the A site, but honestly, this is exactly where they want to have them now. Dip's going to be here to shut this down. Has backup 2. Showstopper's going to put Nautic in the grave. A second out of Tristy. Dip can't find any more, but it's too little too late. Dip's paint can's going to clean up. Call me Mar. Ricky's last alive, and there's no time to win the round. Lenny time played LFT into their own game.
They absolutely did. LFT, here's the problem. They rotate one place, they get shut down. They half rotate in towards A. It's a fake, but it's read beautifully. Beautifully by Lenny time. They throw the Cosmic Divide. It's another nail, or rather another wrench, a spanner into the works there for the LFT push, and they've got to rotate out, and there's no time left to answer. Dip still on the site. Throws the showstopper in for good measure. And Lenny time, they live for a little longer, but how much longer can that be, Colin? Because, well, LFT seemingly unstoppable in the long term.
Well, they got to start with 4 rounds. That is not one way to start this next one. Oxy is going to open up this map with a kill onto Core. A second one onto Tristy. That site under control. Now only 1 player, and it's Dip with a judge. Not really the gun of choice when you're stuck in a situation where you really need to climb back into the round, but you have Sugar Free on the flank. Could catch some players looking the wrong way. Here it is, gliding guided light. Now they know exactly where he's coming from. Charisma catches him, rotating into the site now, down to 1. It's Dip. What can this judge do? Hops into the air and Ricky says absolutely nothing. And that's going to mean LFT are your Pit of Valor 69 champions.
Beautiful work. Amazing stuff. LFT Val on the move. And, you know, I gotta say, it's just been impressive adjustments. They pretty much outplayed Lenny Time from the get-go. It was, you know, that first gun round was just a great showing, and they continued from then on. As we take a look and continue to take a look at those replays, man, they were, I mean, it's just unstoppable.
I have to say, you know, if Lenny Time played this grand final as smart as they played that second last round, use those ultimates together in cohesion the way they did in that round, that would have been all the way to the final. I have to say, I think that would have probably gone the distance between both of these teams, because that second last round was brilliant out of Lenny Time. Like the way that they used that cosmic divide, because you could see that LFT Val, they wanted to go to A. They just needed something to tell them to go to A. And that cosmic divide, leaving the A site open as much as it did and closing the door on the B site, Nautic sees that. He's like, wow, this is wide open. And he's like, guys, come on. What they didn't know is that that's exactly what they wanted you to do. LFT hits the TP, Dip's going to be there, use the showstopper to open it up, and you have the crossfire from Tristy to really shut it down. So I have to say, I mean, at Lenny Time, they did impress me towards the later end of that match, but they just showed up a little bit too late.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, here's the other thing, right? Not to lay this at the feet of Dip and Mocking, because that's not fair, but those were the two players that are really well known for this squad. And I think Dip didn't have the best performance that I've ever seen on the Rays. You know, had some high impact. I talked about it when I saw it. But it was Oxy, it was Call Me Mar, it was Ricky, it was also Nautic, having those huge impact moments, double, triple kills. You know, at one point I just said, oh, is this going to be another, Oxy random 3K? He just pulls out A, randomly gets 3 kills with the Blaze Storm. Like, that happened how many times? Like 4? It was ridiculous. Like when your duelist is winning you 4 rounds on their own like that, it is really, really hard for an opponent to get into the game. And I think that's a big reason at why LFT Val really just kind of ran away with this thing, and Lenny Time didn't seem to be in it until the very end.
And that's the saying where it comes, knowledge is power, you know, because knowing how to get around that is your first step into bringing yourself back into this game. Knowing how to shut down those duelists, kind of minimize the amount of damage they're doing into these rounds. But Lenny Time, by the time they figured out how to shut down Oxy, like I said, it was just too little too late to make yourself to get yourself around that duelist. So that's going to be it for tonight. LFT Val are your champions, taking home $100 in the form of big buckaroonies, all because of our sponsor, Impure Esports. As I said prior to this, go check them out. ! Sponsor in chat finds the hyperlink to go check out their Twitter. If you type out ! Giveaway, you can see exactly what they're giving away, which is a HyperX Alloy 60% keyboard that could be yours if you do sign up and get lucky enough. But it's not just that. We have plenty to be looking forward to in the future of GLG. Most notably, I have to say, is going to be our second Halo tournament hosted by GLG. And the first one, I mean, Sassy was, and so were other Valorant members like Iro and Noir. So if you're a Valorant player and you're like, I don't want to go play Halo, well, other Valorant teams are going to be there too. So if you want to check that out, go type in !Halo in chat and figure out how you yourself could be a part of our Forerunners mantle. On top of that, we have our Pit of Valor 71 coming up, which is going to be our 52nd Pit of Valor in a row, a whole $1,052 prize pool. It's free entry, and it's sponsored by Librix Fulfillment. So it's going to be a little bit higher in the cash flow because it's celebrating that we were able to do so much in a row inside 2021 and close off this year on a high note. So you don't want to miss it. It's free entry, just like every other Pit of Valor, and there is a lot more on the line.
Yeah. It's going to be a great time. I'm absolutely pumped for it. And listen, if you want to make sure that you're involved in that, listen, signups are going to be a tough one when it comes to that Pit of Valor that's on the December 22nd. Why don't you become a GLG Country Club member? That'd be, a good idea.
Why
You
not?
can, and the reason that you might want to do that is that you're going to get priority entrance into those types of select events that might have a high number of teams entering with that GLG membership. It's just $10 a month. It's not a whole lot, and it's absolutely fantastic because you get the priority. So in an event like this, you're going to be guaranteed a spot, whereas you'd have to fight against the hordes and hordes of other teams, sort of like a zombie movie, trying to get in there. It's good. It's tough. Okay, we all know that it can be difficult. So definitely get involved over there. Love to see you. And once again, you shout out Impure Esports. We appreciate you helping us out. But Colin, it is looking like it is about ready for us to say goodbye, isn't it?
It is. That's going to be the end of the show here for the 69th Pit of Valor next week. Check us out for the 70th, so you don't want to miss it. POV is always a fun time, so it's going to be all from us, and hope you all have a great night.